Hello, everybody. Hello. Emergency live stream. Trump has hit Fordo. Trump has hit Fordo. Emergency live stream because Trump has actually bombed Iran. I'm going to be live streaming this. Obviously, this is massive news. This is generational history in the making. I've literally not read a single thing. I just saw the notification pop up on my phone. I've just seen the notification pop up literally just then. Trump has hit Iran. This is big news, guys. Big news. It's happening live. I literally haven't even read anything yet. I literally saw the notification pop up on my phone and I'm starting the stream. So I haven't read anything yet. But we'll watch this live. Wow. This is crazy. Okay. This is literal generational history in the making, guys. I'll just quickly share the link to my Discord. Give me a second, guys. All we know right now is that America has attacked 3 Iranian nuclear sites, according to Trump. That's what Trump has himself said. Give me a second, guys, to start up the live stream. I didn't think he'd do it. I didn't think he'd do it, but he's done it. Big moment in history. All right. Okay, I'm going to get up the news online. 1 second. IRGC in shambles. Yep, long overdue. Drew Pavlik thought has dominated once again, and Iran will bend the knee. A lot of people are saying this. Drew Pavlik thought has won the day. Okay, hang on. Just gonna share my screen. Okay. All right. Iran-Israel conflict live. US attacks 3 Iranian nuclear sites. Donald Trump says joining Israel's campaign. Truth Social is going down. Western Hegemony, enjoy it. Thanks for tuning in, man. Thanks for tuning in. It's actually very early in Australia. It's 10:20 a.m. Lucky I was awake for this, monitoring the situation. We're literally monitoring the situation live. Blasting Fortunate Son. Guys, does anybody know if Fortunate Son is copyright protected? Because I'm going to just play it on the stream. Glad Trump listened to Drew. So true. So true. A lot of people are saying this. Guys, holy crap. We're literally living through history. Trump to address the nation. Ben Knight tells ABC News he is shocked. Wow. So he's going to address the nation in 1 hour, 45 minutes time. Yeah, the professional haters will be here very shortly. Let's get up BBC News, maybe. This is big stuff. This is big stuff. Tulsi Gabbard is crying right now. She's struggling. We know she's struggling, of course.
It's a big gamble.
Yeah, and this was a question that was raised when I was having these conversations in Israel today with Israeli officials. They said that one of the things that Donald Trump would be asking was, what does the next day look like? What does tomorrow look like? What does it look like in a week's time? He doesn't want to know what this looks like in a year's time, because that would mean some kind of prolonged situation. So as you say, and as Ali's been assessing here, that there is no doubt that Donald Trump wants this now to be the line in the sand for
Tulsi says she'll resign if we struck Iran.
He
Kill
wants
two birds with one
perhaps the Iranians
stone.
to
Beautiful.
come back to some kind of agreement and end this. The biggest concern on the ground, I think, Ali, I don't know if you agree, is that this would turn into a war of attrition, because for the last week we've had, ballistic missiles.
I think he's done the right thing
on Iran.
I think he's done the right thing.
24 people were killed, dozens, tens and hundreds of people were injured. Buildings were destroyed in Iran. Over 650 people were killed. Thousands of people were injured. And the real concern here was that this would become a prolonged war of attrition that would just carry on.
Yeah, which the Israeli people, who I think, generally speaking, I felt have been behind this war.
Chris, do you want to join the live stream?
Incredibly,
do you want to join the live stream, Chris?
Over and many years now, even over the war in Gaza recently, but over this, they've been very united behind Benjamin Netanyahu. But I think the longer that were to go on, the longer they would be spending night after night, and it is really every night in going either sleeping bomb shelters or waking up and then going to them. And at some point there would have been a civil breaking point, if you like. So I don't think anybody wants it to be a prolonged war. There are question marks as to how long the Israeli air defense stockpiles would last. Okay, they'll always be replenished by the Americans, but I have sort of sense there's a bit of a race against time to try and destroy as much of Iran's ballistic missile capability as possible, which the Israelis have done very successfully, not totally yet, but very successfully. So, if Donald Trump is able to say to the Israelis today, right, that's pretty much it now, bring your fighter jets home, enough, and if the Iranians don't, if they don't attack in such a way that means this spills into something greater, then I think there'll be a great deal of satisfaction within the Israeli government and the Israeli people that the job is done. And the question mark over that is to what extent has fallen out.
If you're watching the live stream, leave a like, guys. Leave a like.
We just don't know the answer yet. We probably will do in the coming hours. But if the Americans have been successful, and it is all over now, it's a massive if, by the way, but if it is all over, I think there'll be a real feeling within the Israeli government that job done.
Yeah, and Mark, I guess the sense is, as Ali was saying, we don't know the level of success here. Although American B2s being dropped on
B2 bombers.
3 sites.
We saw them. We saw the movements last night. We saw the movements last night. It's actually amazing.
Done. But the other point here is that before anyone can say mission
we saw them take off.
The Iranians are going to have an answer to this, and whether or not they responded after Qasem Soleimani or not, for the Iranian regime at this point in time, given how they've responded in the last week or so, and they have promised a response on U.S. military bases in the region, there is likely to be some kind of response. Don't know if we still have. We've lost my colleague Mark Stone, but I'm just going to bring in Ali. I mean, Ali, that's the point here, right? Before anyone can sort of say mission accomplished, it's now up to the Iranians to say, okay, fine, this is the end of this.
Yes, it is, and I keep on saying it can go one of two ways. Don't underestimate the potential.
If you're watching the live stream, please leave a like, guys. I'm just catching up on the news as it happens now as well.
Whereby they save face within their own public, but also avoid getting into something.
Please leave a like on the live stream.
The Iranian regime and leadership might be fanatical. They are certainly not stupid. They will be aware. They will be aware of the pounding they've taken over the last week and a bit, and they will be aware of the huge risks of getting into a big war with America now. And so I think there is, and we have seen it before in the last couple of years, I think there is a scenario whereby, not necessarily coordination, but they maybe even take a little bit of time and they make sure that the strikes that they do carry out against US interests in the region, because I think they'll have to, but they're done in such a way that it is very much signaling an off-ramp rather than an escalation. Now, there is, of course, another scenario, a real scenario, that they say we're going to widen this conflict. I'm not sure what more they can do to Israel. I think they're doing about as much to Israel as they really can at the moment. But shipping in the Strait of Hormuz, for example, is suddenly start to really disrupt the global economy. They could target
Wow, we're
US
watching
bases
live
in countries
live
in the
news,
region
guys.
that then draws them.
The Iran-Israel skyline. Nothing there. Nothing happening there.
It's a big gamble.
Yeah, and this was a question that was raised when I was having these conversations in Israel.
Let's see what Al Jazeera is saying.
Each B-2 bomber flying from Diego Garcia could carry 2 of these 30,000-pound massive ordnance penetrators. Fordo would have required more than 1 or 2 probably to be fully destroyed. So we'll have to see what is the battle damage assessment from this strike on Fordo, and that could have something to do with whether the U.S. continues a bombing effort.
All right, Bill, just stay with us. We're going to come back to you with more questions shortly. Right now, I want to go back to Dorsa Jabari, who is joining us here in the studio. She's our correspondent who's reported extensively both from Iran and on Iran in years past. Dorsa, this is a moment.
It's a big gamble.
Expecting Donald Trump to make a statement to an address to the nation. He said in that post, a historic moment for the United States of America, Israel, and the world. Iran must now agree to end this war. Thank you. And then, of course, he put out another post to say that Fordo is gone. So a series of truth posts.
Fordo is gone, based.
That very much are quintessential Donald Trump, Ali, in the way in which he's framed it, the language, the capital letters, and how he's put out that Fordo is gone statement.
Fordo is gone.
Yeah, and as we said, I think
based, to be honest,
I think we still just don't know that yet. BDA, which is
so sad for the Iranian regime. So sad. Beautiful stuff.
To be carried out before they know the extent of the damage at Fordo. Everybody's spoken about the American weaponry, the MOP bomb, as though it's a sort of a foregone conclusion that it can do this damage, it can do this job. It's not, it's not been used in this way ever before. And so it'll be a very interesting moment for the US military to see whether or not it has lived up to its hype, so to speak. So we'll know that in due course. But I think it'd be very interesting to see and hear what Donald Trump has to say when he addresses the nation. Will it be a victory speech? Will it be almost gloating? Or will there be an air of humility to it, which would sort of recognize the risk that this situation now brings, and therefore not wanting to? Well, we see Donald Trump as quite a grown-up statesman who has come in to potentially and hopefully, from his point of view and from Israeli point of view, finish the job? Or will it be sort of Donald Trump crowing about the job that he has ordered the US military to do? I think it'd be really interesting to see what his tone is like when he addresses the nation.
Yeah, let's bring in Mark, who is with us. And Mark, we're just talking about the address to the nation that Donald Trump.
I just want to show everybody that I got it right. Hang on.
To make in a few hours' time, and I guess the question is his tone. But we've heard different sort of tones from Donald Trump throughout the week: frustration, urging Iran at different points to.
I want to show everybody. I actually got this correct. I got this correct. Look at this. I actually got it completely correct. So 19 hours ago, B-2 stealth bombers have reportedly taken off from Whiteman Air Force Base with support from 8 aerial refueling tankers. I said this might be the big one targeting the buried Fordo nuclear plant. These B-2 stealth bombers will be over Iran in about 9 hours' time. And about 18 hours later, they took it out. So I actually got it completely right. I got it completely right. I'm actually very happy with what Trump has done. I said this myself. I said this, right? I'm Democrat aligned and totally agree with Trump on this. He was right, and the Democrats were wrong to appease Iran with the JCPOA. I actually fully agree. Holy shit, someone says, what the fuck? I learned about the US-Iran war from the Drew Pavlou show. The Drew Pavlou show is so powerful, guy. I'm not MAGA at all. I'm literally Democrat. I'm anti-Trump, but he was completely right on this. He was completely right on this. Cannot allow Iran to get a nuclear bomb. I'm sorry, cannot allow Iran to get a nuclear bomb. You just simply cannot allow that at all. Let's see what Alex Jones is saying.
7 years, I had to make more to pay the lawyers. So it looks like I'm making more money. No, I'm just having to go out and find more money to do that. So.
Oh, he's not talking about Iran. Did anyone tell him?
Imagine that. Oh, well, we just thought he needed to pay 10% of what he made off them. So.
Drew is
That's
one of
how
my
ridiculous
favorite
this all
independent
is.
news sources.
And so I need you to go to defendalexjones.com.
Wow, Alex Jones.
I need you to email your friends, family, neighbors, and say, hey, we don't back one of our champions in the.
Wow. Okay, so he's just making money off that.
I mean,
okay.
who's going to stand?
Shahzadeh, again, you're cheering on the destruction of my country. Is everything a meme? The only reported. It does not harm civilians. Absolutely. I love America. I love America. Great country. Beautiful country. Can somebody direct me to the footage? Where do I watch this? Where do I watch this? Where can I get the footage on this? So Anatoly says that the GBU 57 can't penetrate to anywhere near 60 meters of volcanic rock, more like 10 meters max. They probably just blow up the entrances, which can be excavated back out with time. Not sure about that. Fordo probably isn't realistically destructible by US bunker busters. Real destruction depth of most potent bombs is 1824 meters, not widely sized 60 meters. The facility is up to 80 meters deep. It is likely segmented by blast doors, so a hit won't destroy most of it. I agree. I sympathize with Shahzadeh's emotional concern for his family and his country. I understand that, but I do think that the Iranian nuclear sites are military targets. Shahzadeh, if you support this, I don't care what there was between us before. You're dead to me. That's very sad. I hope I can still be friends with him, but it's sad. I listen. It's a military target. It's a nuclear facility. They're not bombing. They're not cover bombing Tehran. They were bombing a nuclear facility. Daniel says being a prostitute for Israel is your legacy now. So true. Congratulations to all the people who got there, where she will now pay trillions to fund another senseless war while your loved ones die, not being able to afford insulin. What if the war just ends now? What if the war just ends now? I don't understand why this has to lead to a wider war. Just take out the nuclear facilities and that's it. I think a lot of people are panicking for no reason. Okay, someone sent me a video of Fordo. I'll put this on the stream. 1 second.
من به گازوی شهرام زدم. اینطوری دارن میزنن.
Monitoring the situation from the gym. Gaze is alternating between muscle-bound studs and the Pablo stream. Blessed. Thank you. Very important.
ما
Very
چه
important
گناهی
stuff.
کردیم تن بدنمون باید بلرزه.
Okay, so this is not
من به
actually Fordo.
گازوی
Okay.
شهرام زدم.
I just got someone saying that's not Fordo. I don't think there's going to be troops in Iran. I think it's honestly ending now. Literally ends now, I think. Wonder what this guy is doing right now. Trump retweeting a random Ozint account. That's pretty funny. People are not panicking, Drew. It's obvious what happens next. Your standard of living will now collapse as the world enters a major war. No, it doesn't have to end. It doesn't have to become a major war. Why would there need to be troops? They took out the nuclear facilities. That's it. It doesn't have to lead to anything else. I'm going to say, I don't think... Remember when Soleimani was killed and World War III was imminent, then nothing happened? That's what I think is going to happen now. There's no plan for the US or Europe to invade Iran. Nobody wants that. Nobody wants that. Nobody wants that. It ends now. I honestly think it ends now. I honestly think it ends now. My honest opinion, they could just take the loss of the nuclear facilities and move on. You can end the war now. It's over now. People are very upset. Richard Spencer, Trump is bad, of course, but you have to blame Khamenei and the broader Iranian regime for not developing nuclear weapons. It is very obvious how the calculus works. Why do you want them to have nuclear weapons? This is my honest take. Why do you want them to have nuclear weapons? We've seen how Russia exploits the fact they have nuclear weapons to invade countless countries without retaliation. If Iran had nuclear weapons, they'd be 1,000 times more aggressive. They'd be launching wars all across the Middle East. So if you actually want to stop war, then you don't want the Iranians to have a nuclear bomb. Drew, Richard is simply saying if you don't have nukes, you'll be attacked. If he has always argued for Ukraine to develop nukes. Slava Ukraine. Yeah, Slava Ukraine. This is such cope, Brentley. This is such cope. Iran only needed uranium for peaceful energy applications because their oil power sources are going to run out. How many Iranian civilians have been killed and injured in Israel? That's just cope. That's just cope. Sorry. That's just total cope. So they can have sovereignty. So they can just invade other countries at will, like for infinity, forever. That's stupid. America is good and the Iran regime is bad. I thought you were an American nationalist, retard. Oh no! What? Imagine if somebody bombed the American nuclear facilities. Yeah, that'd be bad because I like America. I don't like the Iranian regime. It's literally friend versus enemy. Sorry. The Iranian people will just forgive and forget. Dude, the Iranian people are not going to fight for their regime to get a nuclear bomb. They hate the regime. The regime is extremely unpopular in Iran. Third worldism swept through dissidents so hard that we can't even agree that the death to America people shouldn't have nukes. Yeah, facts. It's crazy, right? Literally crazy. Drew, this is your Iraq 2002 moment. Trump is an idiot. You know he'll fuck this up. Don't back this shit. I disavow the US-Iranian war. Listen, end it now. They've taken out the nuclear plants. That's it. Take out the nuclear plants. No wider war. That's good. That's fine. Doesn't need to go further than that. No, Alice, that's completely incorrect. There's nowhere near a majority that supports the Iranian government. Nowhere near it. Nowhere near it. Nowhere near it. By the way, guys, thank you for tuning into the live stream. We've got 60 live viewers on YouTube right now. If you're watching live, please leave a like. It helps the stream reach more people. I think we've got 16 likes on the stream. Please leave a like on the stream if you're watching on YouTube. Thank you, guys. We appreciate that a lot. Weak. Very weak by Pisco. Very weak. Fucking based. Let's check out Hinkle's timeline. Let's check out the Hinkle timeline. Got to get the tweets in. Very important. Yep, agree with Mikita. We bombed Soleimani, didn't go to war. Maybe there's just a one-time thing. Absolutely. I think that. Okay, let's see. Yeah, Hinkle. Back to Hinkle. Let's see.
If we do not have the assets in place, why are we playing this game? Do you see what I'm saying?
So the Strait gets shut down, and more than likely, Dimona gets attacked. That's what I would assume is going to happen next.
There you go. There you go. You see, for tit for tat, it keeps escalating. But that's a serious move there. Shutting the Strait down is like saying, okay, let's do it. Let's throw it down.
Breaking news. Let me just give you this, and I'll give it straight back to you. It's huge news. Iran. This is coming from Iranian TV. They said no nuclear radiation is expected, and all enriched uranium has been removed from nuclear facilities in advance. This is something we discussed in detail on this space, that they had enough time to do that, but the Iranian TV is claiming that they did that. Resistance, you were going to jump in on that?
Yeah, I mean, it's just standard precautionary procedure, isn't it? They would have had, you have these procedures.
Hinkle's very upset. Trump is the biggest war pig president the US has ever had. He's coping very hard, isn't he? He's obviously struggling. By the way, did you know that the prophecies of St. Pesos states when Israel bombs Iran, then a major war starts? Okay, dude. They are coping so hard. I'm monitoring the situation right now. We're watching live and monitoring live. Holy shit, look at this quote comment by Brantley. Holy shit. Iran doesn't attack its neighbors. Holy shit, dude. So unbelievably true. Unbelievably fucking true, isn't it? Fucking hell. Iran doesn't attack its neighbors, except for all the times it has. Genius, man. Genius. Iran, this is just recently, Iran murdered 500,000 people in Syria for Assad. They helped occupy Lebanon with Hezbollah as a paramilitary, parasitic organization on Lebanon. They've helped fuel the civil war in Yemen and helped the Houthis, carry out starvation seizures against the Yemenis. They've carried out so much destruction across the Middle East. So much destruction across the Middle East. Yeah, Islamic Republic literally attacked Argentina in the 90s with the Amia bombing. They killed 85 people. They bombed 85 Jewish civilians in their just at a Jewish community center, killed 85 people for no reason, just because they were Jewish. So funny. Look at this shit. I love the Jackson Hinkle meltdown. It's amazing, isn't it? Hang on. Let me get back up some BBC News. Let's see. There's not going to be a ground invasion. No ground invasion. Relax, everybody. Relax. Absolutely no ground invasion. It's very chill. Very chill. Iran live. Hang on. We'll put on Sky News.
The facility at Fordow has, what they've said, attacked by enemy strikes.
Drew, I'm not pro-Iran, but do you think Israel has done anything bad? Yeah, of course. Israel's done bad things. They shouldn't arm Azerbaijan against the Armenians. I've criticized many times some of the aspects of Israeli foreign policy.
That will be of concern is radiation leaks, because the IAEA, the International Atomic Energy Agency, has repeatedly says that nuclear sites should not be targeted because of the dangers of leaks, of some mass casualty event as a consequence of radiation leaking out. Remember, this was the site where Iran had apparently enriched uranium to 60%, which is highly enriched uranium. So that there are significant dangers of striking nuclear sites. You'd assume that the Americans would take those dangers into account when they, put in place their mitigation and working out what might go wrong when they carry out such a strike. But that will be a danger as well. And of course, we won't find out for for several hours, I'm sure, just how successful or otherwise these strikes were. And it will be difficult to find out. It will be compounded by the fact that there is pretty much a complete internet blackout across Iran at the moment. So information will be hard to get. I imagine the first sort of sense we will get will be satellite imagery that will be released as soon as the Americans can to prove from their perspective that this was a successful strike.
Ali, just bringing you in and just following up on what we were just discussing there. Reuters citing Tasnim news agency confirming that part of Fordow, a nuclear site, was attacked by what they've said is enemy airstrikes. Another Iranian official cited by Fars news agency says that they witnessed attacks near Isfahan and Natanz nuclear facilities. So confirming those three sites that Donald Trump said in his Truth Social post that they had been targeted. Iranian officials are starting to come out and confirm that some kind of attack had taken place.
Yeah, it's taken them a bit of time. I mean, interesting that it was the Americans who first announced this news and announced it after their aircraft were out of Iranian airspace. So the Iranians will be gathering themselves and starting to want to try and retake control of the situation, at least internally. And I'm sure we'll see some pretty dramatic messaging coming from them in the coming hours. And just as much, and you've been discussing this with Mark, just as much as Donald Trump has had different voices in his ear, some urging strikes, some saying don't get involved, so too the Supreme Leader will have differing opinions within his own regime about what to do next. I suspect that the IRGC, the Revolutionary Guard, will be more eager to strike back and strike back hard. But there will be other voices in the Iranian regime, within the Iranian leadership structure, saying, let's preserve the authority and the life of the regime, and let's not get into a war with the United States. I think it's interesting that the targets that the Americans hit were military targets.
They are military targets.
We knew they were coming. I know we can say that now in hindsight, but people were tracking these bombers making their way from Whitman Base in Missouri, for many, many hours now. And the Iranians would have done similarly. So it sounds like they might have evacuated those sites, if not in the last few hours, but over the last few days. So perhaps that reduces any casualties there might have been. Donald Trump, don't forget, boasted that he knew where the Supreme Leader was. Ali Khamenei was hiding. Well, they haven't tried to take him out. They haven't tried to go after individuals, personnel. The Israelis have, but the Americans haven't done that. They have limited this to the nuclear sites. And I guess the hope will be, from an American point of view and from others, is that therefore limits the response. And as I was saying earlier, in terms of what Iran's response has been to Israel, there's now been over 24 hours since we had the last missile attacks on Israel from Iran. That is the longest period since Israel first carried out the strikes against Iran just over a week ago.
Yeah, and just some updates on that point. Reuters is reporting now that the Israeli military says that under tightening safety restrictions, schools and workplaces will be closed with exceptions for essential sectors. So they are clearly anticipating some kind of response from the Iranians, which we've seen over the course of the last week. Israel has been launching strikes freely over Iranian airspace, and we have seen the Iranian regime launching ballistic missiles over the skies of Israel. People rushing under to their shelters, and now
what question are you
alert from the Israeli military saying under tightened safety restrictions, schools and workplaces will be closed with exceptions for essential sectors. sectors. Donald Trump has been in the
If
last
you're watching
few
live,
minutes
guys,
also
please leave a
been,
like on the stream.
speaking
I
with
think we've got 23
Axios in a
likes on the
phone
stream.
call,
Please leave a like.
and
It would be
he's
great if you could
quoted
leave a
as
like on the
saying,
stream.
"We had a great success tonight. Your Israel is much safer now." And so that's Trump speaking to Barak Ravid of Axios in a phone call, saying, "We had a great success tonight. Your Israel is much safer now." I guess, Ali, the big question is whether this spreads out to the rest of the region, how Iran responds to this, because clearly Israel is expecting and anticipating some strikes here.
But you know, those words, "Your Israel is much safer now," does suggest
How
to
you
me
stop
that Donald
IRWMD without a
Trump's
ground invasion? I think this ends it.
mindset
I
right
think this
now
ends it.
is
I
that,
genuinely think this ends it.
Okay, enough. We have come in.
Do you
have
think they did
been-
anything
Israel
to the
has been
Fordo
bombing
centrifuge,
Iran
seeing how
for 8
GBU-57s can't
days.
penetrate
They
anywhere
have
near
taken
50
out
meters of volcanic rock?
hundreds of
Well, look, we don't
targets.
even know whether they used
America has now come
GBU-57. They
in,
could have used other
and I think
measures
from
as well.
Donald
So
Trump's
we don't know
point
the
of
full.
view,
We don't know the full
sort
story
of
yet.
finished the job for now. So
I
that
genuinely
seems
don't
to be
think
where Donald
that
Trump's
there is
head
any need
at.
for a ground invasion
He's not the only
whatsoever.
person who has a say in the matter here. It is the Iranians. I think Donald Trump will have some control over what the Israelis do next. So I think that if there is not a major response by Iran, or at least if there is a controllable retaliation by Iran, then I think Donald Trump might say to the Israelis, "Okay, you know, I've done what you've asked me to do. It's time
Yeah,
for
well
you to
said.
stop
Only
now
nuclear
and
scientists
to
can create nukes. So
de-escalate
if there are
the
no nuclear
situation,
scientists, they can't do
perhaps
anything. Yeah, that's
in
true.
hope of
That's literally
further
fact check
talks.
true.
But it is dependent, entirely dependent on what the Iranians do next, and whether they widen it or whether they limit their retaliation to something that's a bit more symbolic.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's actually bring in our Stuart Ramsey, who's standing by for us in Erbil in northern Iraq. Stuart, there's so much talk here following that Truth Social post that Donald Trump put out about an hour ago, saying and confirming that they had launched a series of strikes on 3 critical nuclear sites in Iran. All eyes will be on the rest of the region now, where you are. Military bases where you are.
Exactly,
Because,
you
of
can drop
course,
multiple.
We saw
The GBU-57
last
is the
week,
largest
mid
penetrator we
last
have, and
week,
it penetrates the furthest. It goes about 20
non-essential
meters deep, and the
military
MOP can penetrate, but we can always
families
drop multiple.
leaving
That's exactly it.
the
They can drop
region,
multiple.
trying to get out
Iran could import them
essentially
from Russia or North
based
Korea. That's
on
not happening. Just
information
straight
that was
up not
given to
happening.
them. Just give us a sense of what the mood is there right now. It is early in the morning. Are people starting to wake up to this news?
They definitely are. We're in a hotel.
Look,
Obviously,
there's never going to be an
talking about
Netanyahu
it already.
in Iran, dude. Never.
We've been talking to sources in Baghdad who are saying that there is an expectation that the U.S. embassy in
Assumptions about
Baghdad
limitation of
will
use
be
of weapons
attacked.
based on
What's
TAP data have been
interesting,
shown
and
to be
obviously we're only
first. Many
getting this
systems
from
got to
sources,
Ukraine and
that it is
F-35 years
virtually
to run.
empty.
Nuclear
We're told
scientists
that there is
AI and
nobody
automation
there
systems.
anymore,
No, dude, that's
and there is
not
an
true. That's not
expectation
true.
that it
AI
will be
is not at
attacked
that level at all.
quite shortly, actually. And then a number of military bases in the region could be attacked. Now, there are 4 in Erbil, which is where I am. There's one actually just a few miles behind me that one of our sources were telling us is a very dangerous place to be this morning. And I think that has been something that people have been expecting here for some time. Now, you've got to remember with Iraq, what's really interesting about this country is that it has to play off its relationships with the United States, which is incredibly important. There's 2,500, maybe more American troops that are here. And it has relations, obviously, with the United States, with all this incredible history over the last 20 years or so. And yet it has a government that leans towards Iran.
Someone said, sorry,
It has a huge number of very powerful,
nukes of 1940s
powerful
technology.
regime
Dude,
initiatives
they are very
here
complex. AI
who
are not going to
will
be, AI is not able to
absolutely
do that.
incensed by everything that's happened.
Russia
in the
won't help
last
Iran. They
week or
didn't intervene to save Assad
and
Syria
have
when it
been
really came down to it.
saying and
Absolutely. They
have
do
been
not have
pushing
anything
stuff.
left to
Firstly,
help Iran.
close the airspace here, which they actually couldn't, but Israeli jets have been passing in the skies above us, which has been
Is there not a
annoying. And
danger
they have been
that this
warning for
attack
some
would cause
days
dozens
now
of countries
that
to
if
decide they need
there
to get
is
nukes
an
now to
attack
avoid
by
ever
the
getting
United
attacked? No.
States
No
on
danger of that.
Iran, then they
Absolutely
will
no
be
danger of that.
wanting to get involved, and that will mean attacking embassies, bases, but also American personnel and American people who are here as well. So it's a very, very tense
If I made the
time
MOP,
here.
I'd say that you have to build to a
I'd
depth which
say
is expensive as
that
fuck,
there are
but
many
less than I can
people
kill, so you waste
within
money on
this
the system I can
country
destroy
and
anyway. Yup.
in other Arab countries that have no great love for Israel, perhaps you'd say, obviously, but Iran as well. They see them.
What do you think is worst case
a
technology for
cause
the
of much
situation,
of
Drew?
the
What do you mean by
trouble
that, easy
here.
money?
I was talking to a gentleman yesterday who was saying that Iran has been causing so much trouble in the region, it would all be much more peaceful.
There's not going to be a major war. Everyone's panicking so much. Nobody needs to stock up anything. Nothing's happening at all. Nothing's happening. Literally nothing ever happens. You can literally just take out the nuclear bombing, nuclear reactors, and nothing ever happens. This is just code. Everybody is fucking panicking for no reason.
It has been doing to a certain degree, but what's happened overnight could change things dramatically, I suspect.
Everything's fine. Relax.
Stuart,
Relax.
thank you so
Everybody
much,
needs to
for
relax.
that update there from Erbil.
No
we
need to
will,
panic.
Keep you on standby as
Nothing
we
ever happens
wait
at all.
to see how things evolve.
Literally
But I'm just
nothing
gonna go
happens.
straight
You can literally
to,
just take out the Iran
DC
nuclear sites and nothing will
speak
happen.
With our Mark Stone. And Mark, we understand there's an update. President Trump.
Literally
and
nothing happens.
Benjamin
Relax,
Netanyahu
relax,
have spoken.
relax.
Just give us a readout of that.
Stop panicking.
Yeah, not a huge amount, but we can confirm that Trump spoke to the Israeli Prime
Relax.
Minister Benjamin Netanyahu this
Nothing
evening
ever happens.
after the United States dropped those bombs on the Iranian nuclear sites. That is according to a senior White House official. We know that they've been speaking every day since this began just over a week ago. But we now have confirmation that they have spoken. Donald Trump has not been in Washington today. He left Washington, left the White House last night for Bedminster, his golf course in New Jersey. But he always had planned, we had his schedule, and he was always due back to the White House tonight at 6 p.m., so 3 hours ago. Now, what we understood from that was that he was coming back, and we were told he was coming back for a briefing of his Security Council in the Situation Room. But we did not expect that would be
Literally nothing ever happens. Nothing ever happens. I want to show everyone this is a tweet that I just, hang on, I'm just going to quickly put up these tweets that I put up. Very important that I show everybody.
But would have watched these strikes.
You've tied your post to Trump's Iran war, Drew. That's not happening. This is not going to happen. Drew, you're wonderful, but in this instance, you're wrong. Greater force is now at play, which means war is here to stay. No. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Stop panicking, relax. Nothing ever happens. You can just take out the Iran nuclear sites without any further escalation because the Iran regime would be crazy to escalate to total war when it doesn't even have air defense. Just relax. Listen, Iran doesn't even have air defense right now. They're not going to go into total war. They're not going to go attack. They're not going to go total war when they don't even have air defenses, okay? Relax. Only people crying right now are Marxists and Islamists. In other words, the gay race communists. If you're a right-winger siding with gay race communists, perhaps think about what you were doing. Literally relax. Literally relax. This is actually a very limited attack on justified Iranian military targets. There's absolutely no reason for Iran to respond with a wider attack, and there's no reason for a wider war. Literally. Literally, chill out. Chill out. There's not going to be anything further. If it does, you're fucked, Drew. Trump's gamble is yours too now, Mr. Pavley. Fucking relax. You're fucking panicking too much. Relax, relax, relax. Can somebody explain to me why the hell would Iran go for total war when they don't even have air defense? Relax. There's not going to be a wider war. There's not going to be troops on the ground. You literally just take out the nuclear sites and nothing happens. Relax, relax, relax. Chill. Take some deep breaths. Everything's fine. Richard Spencer attacked me. Okay, let's see. My man, this stuff went out of style 20 years ago. He's wrong on this. I'm sorry. This guy is right. Wrong. I'm sorry, Richard Spencer, you're wrong on this. I'm sorry, Mr. Spencer, you're wrong on this. I just said this. I'm sorry, Mr. Spencer. While you're right on Ukraine, you were wrong on Iran. There's not even a beef. I'm not jabbing him back. I don't really have why does a trapped animal fight to the death, Drew? Iran is not a trapped animal. Yep, Iraq War Derangement Syndrome. Americans thinking every military intervention will be just like Iraq 2003. Yep, literally, guys, literally. Relax, relax, relax. I don't even, it wasn't even, I mean, Richard Spencer's not even attacking me that much. It's fine. It's fine. Everybody's going to chill. Everybody's going to relax. Just relax. Just relax. Why is everyone panicking? Why is everyone panicking so much? It's not going to be like the Iraq War. It's not like the Iraq War at all. Nobody has to say nobody has to, there's not going to be a wider war. There's not going to be boots on the ground. You can just take out the nuclear reactors. That's it. It ends there. It ends there. There's no reason to do anything. Iran is not going to escalate. Tag me in, coach. Can I come on the stream, Pickles? Okay, Pickles. I will. Are you on my Discord, Pickles? Can you message me on Discord? I'll send you the StreamYard link. Not everything's the Iraq War. Not everything is the Iraq War. Hang on. I'm going to try find the Discord server. Let me see. I'm going to bring in Pickles LeBlanc. Can everybody fucking relax? Literally just relax. Literally relax. Everything's fine. Relax, relax, relax. Pickles LeBlanc, have you sent me the Discord message yet? Drew, why do you like Richard Spencer so much? I didn't endorse Richard Spencer. Relax, everybody. Everybody relax. Trump addressing the nation in 50 minutes time. Honestly, is Hassan Piker streaming live right now? Maybe we should watch that. He's surely got to be streaming live. Okay, let's put this up. Okay, he's going to be crying. He's going to be crying. This is going to be very funny. Let me put this up. Okay, hang on. Okay, let's watch Hassanabi. Let's watch him cry.
Sky News 3 minutes ago. Trump says Iran will get hit again if it doesn't make peace immediately. What peace?
Relax, relax, relax.
For Iran,
fucking relax, everybody.
Fuck the nuclear agreement. We're just gonna bomb you instead. What do you
literally
mean?
fucking relax? Everybody relax.
There are obviously lots of factors that contribute to our horrible glib media coverage, but a major one is that most of our pundits and anchors view dropping bombs on brown and black people as a game. They have fully dehumanized most
It's
of the world
not a
before they even
fucking.
get the
It's not
job.
fucking brown people. Fucking retard.
Glad to see Brian Stelter thinks this is hilarious. Oh, it's just like Top Gun, dude. Yeah, you want to know why he's saying that? Because his son or his nephew is not in the fucking military, okay? Because he's gonna be fine. It's gonna fucking turn into ratings for him.
Everything's
That's
fucking
what he
fine.
cares about.
Relax.
He cares that he's gonna get eyeballs and attention. The media's gonna be relevant again. You know what I mean? He doesn't care about all the fucking Iranian people that are probably going to die as a consequence of this.
Nothing's happening. Fucking relax. There's nothing has to happen now.
And welcome to Hannity. We begin tonight with.
Also, the fact that they're like leaking information about the historic event that just took place to Sean fucking Hannity is yet another indication of the collapse of America. Okay? What is this? So do you? Are you trying to say so you don't? Or mean so do you? I'm not going to die for this country? No, fuck no, I'm not going to die for this country. And let me tell you something, okay? At least I'm also advocating to make sure you don't die for this country, okay?
Hassan hates America.
Fucking Brian Stelter.
With this Fox News alert, I just spoke to the President of the United States. I have some new information and breaking details to share about tonight's what is historic air campaign. Now, tonight, Iran's nuclear ambitions, they are officially dead. It appears the United States just completely obliterated Iran's top secret Fordow nuclear facility with 6 huge
Would you die for Turkey? Fuck
buster
no.
bombs. It was originally speculated
fuck?
that you would only
Stupid.
need 2. It turns out they used 5 to 6 dropped from America's stealth B-2 bombers. And that's not all. 2 other major Iranian nuclear sites, Natanz and Esfahan, were wiped out with 30 Tomahawk missiles launched by American submarines some 400 miles away. Everyone is out of harm's way for now. That does not mean that American assets in the region are not at risk. And
Al Mayadeen Live says Iran. Advisor to the Iranian Parliament Speaker Mehdi Mohammadi, the 3 nuclear sites were not irreparably damaged in the U.S. attack. Now, when Iran says shit like that, instead of screaming bloody murder, that means that their response is going to be incredibly limited, perhaps. But that also means that this continues. Like they're gonna America, and more importantly, Israel, especially Israel, not even America. Israel only responds to retaliation in kind. That is the only language that they speak. Okay? And if it's not punishing enough for Israeli society, it's not disruptive enough, they're going to keep going. And so is America.
Hassan is fucking mental. Hassan is retarded. Hassan's saying, oh, you have to punish Israeli society to stop them from like, because he wants Iran to get a nuclear bomb. He wants Iran to get a nuclear bomb to go kill people. Fucking mental.
Oh,
total
great.
mental case, dude. Total mental case.
Great.
Hates the country so much. Why does he even live in America?
Anthrax shit again. Maybe they'll run that back too. They ran the WMD nonsense. Maybe they'll do the fucking anthrax attacks are happening all around the country. so that they can universalize the paranoia a little bit, because the American population doesn't have the healthy appetite to go to war with Iran. Yeah, time for some fucking false flags. Iranian state TV, every American citizen or military in the region is now a target. Yeah. Yeah, we're not going to get drafted. We're going to go to jail for fucking being conscious objectors and people who protest this fucking war. Trump now called Netanyahu. White House official, President Trump spoke by phone with Prime Minister Netanyahu after the U.S. attack on Iran. Of course, you got to call Big Papa. You got to call Big Papa. You got to be like, Big Papa, did I do it right? Did I do it good, Big Papa? Trump is now calling Reuters. Trump to Reuters in brief phone interview. This was an amazing success tonight. Trump, they should make peace immediately. Trump, they should stop immediately. Otherwise, they'll get hit again. They know most Americans suspect none of this is defensive or checked out, so this non-story makes everything an episode of 24 and sows the requisite panic and racism. As you know, of course, the obsession with sleep.
Thanks, Alice. I'm sorry if I was too harsh to you, man, but I just honestly don't think it's going to be much worse. I genuinely don't think it's going to get much worse.
Reinforces the false narrative that Iran is a threat to Americans.
Thank you, Alice. I respect you. I'm sorry for being a bit mean. I think, honestly, it's not going to escalate. I genuinely think that. Thanks for watching.
That is all this is. God, American society is about to get so much dumber. Holy fuck. I mean, we were already at maximum stupidity and maximum racism. Get ready.
6 bunker bust. Okay, guys, the B2's dropped 6 bunker busting bombs on Fordo. It's gone. Fordo's gone for sure. If they drop 6, it's gone.
Yeah. Countdown to the anti-Islamic crackdown in the U.S. There's that. Islamophobic hate crimes. War finna turn me trans. No trans in the military. No, I mean I joked about that the other day, but like low key, you know, get the medical reports ready. We're all non-binary now. A wave.
So fucking dumb.
U.S. President Donald J. Trump is hopeful. Okay, we covered that already. I can't
Has the
tell
first
what
Groiper
Iran
airborne been
response is
deployed?
going to be to this, because if it's like Qasem Soleimani, they just like blow up a couple American bases, maybe kill a couple troops, and then they pack it up, and then they push the can of destabilization down the line, maybe like a couple months. But if there's like severe escalation,
There's not going to be severe escalation. Fucking relax, everybody. Pickles LeBlanc, my Discord is literally just, hang on, I'll post the Discord link.
2003. This war will destabilize the entire Middle East region and set off a global shockwave of anti-Americanism.
Okay,
and
what if it
also,
doesn't?
Anti-Semitism to that too, for the record. This time, at least we've added a new ally to the anti-sentiment, because it won't just stay at anti-Americanism. It's gonna be a lot of gonna be a fuck ton of anti-Semitism as well. Versus no, it won't. And part of that is because they weren't even airtight. They didn't even justify. They didn't even find like a casus belli. They just straight up were like, no, we're doing this for Israel. After spending the last year and a half being like, Israel is the Jewish nation state, and if they don't, if you fucking say that they shouldn't kill children, you're an anti-Semite. You're a Jew hater. We should throw you in jail. What the fuck are Americans gonna think after all of this? The Islamophobia is going to explode as well, of course. I'm just reporting on what I suspect will happen with anti-Semitism because, like, you know, the institutional control over that form of bigotry will probably fucking be woefully inept at dealing with the sea of with the wave of anti-Semitism exploding in the country. So yeah, welcome to where we've been.
Real on smaller ones, largely because for the smaller ones, the stakes are existential. If this were a one and done exercise, 3 successful strikes against Fordo is
Do you think
fine.
Obama?
And untouched
No.
particularly is fine, by the way. People aren't paying attention to the fact that they're
Chatters, Iran does not have a capability of fucking hitting U.S. They don't have any ballistic missiles that can reach the United States.
Hang on, I'm going
Why
to
do you
share
think
my
we're such a fucking
YouTube. I'm going to
violent,
share my Discord link.
belligerent
Hang on.
nation? It is because we are sheltered by proximity. Okay, at most they could do like, I don't know, like a terror attack, but I feel like they're a little bit busy right now to implement a successful terror attack on U.S. soil. They got their hands full. You know what I mean? There are also 40,000 American troops right at the ass cheeks of Iran right now in perfect striking distance. So I think there's plenty of Americans that they could kill in the immediate vicinity if they have even the capability to do so, or even if they have the interest in doing so. Well said, Mud Slime at Hasanabi. Is Mud Slime like a Islamophobic take? Is that what is this like a new thing I haven't heard before? Like, is that a different way of saying Muslim? Is that a slur? Damn, I'd never heard that one before. And I hear I hear crazy shit all the time. That's a new one for me. New slur unlocked. New old slur. He's picking up the phone for everybody. Jonathan Karl, ABC News chief Washington correspondent. I called President Trump about 10 minutes ago. He didn't talk details or next steps, but he wanted to say this. Tremendous success tonight. Careful, you're going to be banned for showing slurs. I think this person is probably going to be banned, not me.
I can't click the link. I can't click the link because, hang on, Easy Money. I can't click the link because YouTube doesn't allow me to click it.
Ay, ay, ay.
Where do I click it? Fucking hell.
Okay.
It doesn't allow me to click the link from
Yeah,
YouTube.
This was the leader of the Senate Democrats. He got his wishes, though. If Taco Trump is already folding on Iran, the American people need to know about it. No side deals. That's what. Remember when Chuck Schumer a few weeks ago came out with this blistering criticism? Do you think there will be a Chinese response to this? I think if there was any sort of Chinese intervention, this would not have happened. That's what I think.
Have we really accomplished? You've bought time, probably a lot of time, but the story's far from over.
I want to go to Jim Sciutto, who's been looking into measures to protect U.S. forces in the region. Jim?
Anderson, I'm told that U.S. forces in the region, quite understandably, were advised to take shelter.
Hang on, I'm going to bring it up on Twitter.
It was clear that there was no immediate Iranian response. They will then remain on high alert for some time because, of course, that response could come.
Iran State
anytime,
TV.
even if it's not in the minutes or hours right after.
Iran State TV says every American citizen is now a target. Dude, it's Iran State TV. They bullshit all the time.
In advance of these attacks.
They bullshit all the time.
To Brett McGurk's point,
Dude, Easy Money, there's no reason for you to be scared for your life. Relax, dude. Relax, relax, relax.
Soleimani in Trump's first term,
Relax,
there
relax,
were
relax.
Iranian responses specific.
Okay, somebody made a point that I'm reacting to somebody else reacting, so I won't do that anymore. I'm just going to bring up the news myself. We're watching this. We're monitoring the situation. Literally relax, 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 relax. Drew, do you think the MAGA isolationists will break with Trump now or talk their way out? That's going to be a tough one for them to work out. They're bluffing, guys. Iran is bluffing. Iran's bluffing. Everybody needs to relax. Pickles LeBlanc, have you joined my stream? Have you joined my Discord server yet? Pickles, what's your Discord name? Can you message me? I'll send you the StreamYard link. We're monitoring the situation. Do you think this is more consequential than Soleimani? Obviously, it's much more. But relax. Everybody should fucking relax. My name is just Drew Pavlu on Discord. It's just Drew. Yeah, literally, my Discord is just Drew. No, I'm not Trapo Fellow. My Discord's literally just Drew. I've just posted my Discord. It's just Drew. It's literally just Drew. Guys, do you understand how crazy this is? Idris watched Iran massacre 500,000 Syrians for Assad, and now he's upset that they don't have a nuclear program anymore. What the hell is his problem? This is somebody who's lost his mind post-October 7. It's very sad. He's lost his mind post-October 7. There's a lot of cases like that, and it's extremely sad. Gee, that's fucking sad. Nothing is going to happen. Nothing is going to happen. Okay, Pickles LeBlanc has sent me a friend request. I'll send you the Discord link now. No, I'll send you the... Okay. All right, I've added you, and I'll send you the StreamYard link. Okay. Okay, Pickles, I've sent you the StreamYard link. You can join. Literally, nothing is happening. Nothing is happening. Nothing's going to happen. It's literally fine. Relax, everybody. Literally relax. Yep, Chinese invasion of Taiwan just got less likely by about 15%. It's actually a good thing. This is actually a good thing. It's actually a good thing because it actually deters China from invading. It deters China from invading Taiwan. Hang on. Easy Money says, Drew, they have said that we are a target. How am I supposed to interpret that? Dude, the Iranian regime says bullshit all the time. Who cares? They're not going to hurt you. Relax, dude. Relax. Okay, Pickles LeBlanc. Okay, I'll add you on, Pickles. 1 second. Hey, man, how you going?
Good, man. We've met before.
We've met before. When did we meet?
So it was during a Connor. You don't remember me?
Where at?
It was for a local political campaign with Emily Kim, who I think we both know.
Oh, okay, right. All right, cool,
Yeah,
cool. Sounds good, man.
Good to see you again, man. Hey, how you going?
Cool. No, it's good, man. Thanks for coming on the show. Listen, we can debate.
Anytime.
It's good to have you on.
Yeah, you too, brother.
So tell me what you're thinking.
Yeah, so could I give you my background first? Would that make more sense?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so basically, I mean, I'm a master's student, just graduated, well, haven't graduated yet, so just finished up at UQ, International Relations. I just finished my thesis, which is basically using network theory to look at the interrelationship between the axis of upheaval. Do you know what that is?
Yeah, China, Russia, Iran, of course, North Korea too.
Yeah. So also CRINC is another helpful term for that one.
Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, it was looking at the way that they're sort of interconnected with one another. I guess I do have reasonably strong views on this. I guess. Did you want to sort of get your whole position out there first, sort of give me time to get my thoughts together? Because obviously, I'm not as skilled in the art of debate as you. So you go ahead.
Yeah, look, listen, I don't want a wider war. I don't want to have boots on the ground. I just genuinely don't believe that it will get to that point. I honestly think that this is genuinely a limited attack on Iranian nuclear program. I don't think that they're justified having nuclear bombs. If you look at what Russia has been doing across, Eastern Europe for the past 30 years, because they've got nuclear bombs, they hide underneath their nuclear umbrella, and that allows them to launch wars of aggression against Ukraine, Georgia, multiple countries. And so, honestly, if this is the reality, if they had the nuclear bomb, they would then use it to attack. They'd be more aggressive with it. People talk about Iran getting a nuclear bomb as kind of a defensive thing, but it's not like that. They would use that as they'd use the nuclear umbrella to attack more and more countries, because look at how aggressive they've been without the nuclear umbrella. They would use that as a kind of ultimate trump card to be invulnerable forever as they arm the Houthis, Hezbollah. Yeah, but they would use it for that purpose, while they then they would threaten if for example Israel were to defend itself against Hezbollah or Hamas or all these different things, Iran would then use that to threaten to nuke Israel. So honestly, if Iran has the nuclear bomb, they would be much more aggressive. They would launch wars of aggression even more frequently across the Middle East.
Yeah, I mean, I see the logic in that, but there's also a flip side, right?
Yeah, sure. Tell me.
Well, I mean, you think about it. So, as I understand, I'm no expert in this sort of area, but nuclear weapons are something that was developed in the 1940s, obviously by, the king himself, Oppenheimer. Fucking awesome dude he was.
Yeah.
But so in terms of that, like I don't want to say antiquated, but I mean, if North Korea could get nuclear weapons, with their whole GDP is like 3 Taylor Swift concerts or something. Like, they're a very not technologically advanced country, and yet they were able to develop nuclear weapons. This is North Korea, rather. And so, I mean, they have that experience. So you think about it, like the number of ways you can actually probably stop the Iranian government from getting a nuclear weapon if it really wants it, right? If it really balls to the wall, what have we got to lose, fellas? Like if it's at like Hitler in the bunker levels of freaking out, and if you've got all that, like, so you've got all that kind of the personal kind of element to the relationship between Trump and his kind of enemies, I don't think is something that we appreciate enough. Because that's the other thing I was doing. I was doing another assignment on Trump himself, and basically looking at his style of leadership as a gangster. So through the logic of Italian-American sort of mafia organizing, I guess, thought. So I guess that's where I'm coming from, the sort of, if you like, the intersection between a literal mafia state dude and a theocratic, like, kind of death cult, but not as much as they used to be. But actually, the Iran-Iraq war Sorry, am I going a bit off? I've never done this before.
Sorry. I was just getting a bit distracted because I was reading some of the news. Sorry. Could you say that again?
Yeah, sorry about that. So yeah, basically, I fear a lot more than you do the combustibility of the situation, given Trump is Trump and the Ayatollah is the Ayatollah. So yeah, no, I think some concern is warranted. Because if you think about all the ways this can go wrong. Like if a F-35 gets shot down, the way the Nighthawk was shot down in 1999, right? If a bunch of IRC militia dudes take these fucking airmen, torture them on the stream for, you know, psychological fucking operations, or they wouldn't even have to do it. Russia could do an AI video of that shit. Laura Luma could get in the Donald's ear, and then next thing you know, it could be a ground invasion.
But here's the thing, though. Why?
Mhm.
This is what I've been pointing out. Let me get up what I was
Yep.
saying just before. Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. So they've expended half their ballistic missile stockpile. They don't really have they don't have a credible air force. They don't have control of their own skies above their capital, etc. Given they're already in a very precarious, weak situation, they know they're unpopular. Like 2 years ago, they were shooting schoolgirls in the head to try stop a regime uprising.
Very
they
true.
They know how unpopular they are. So why would they then escalate to total war with America? That would be insane for them. If they are the ones who escalate in response to this, but this is what I'm saying. If they escalate in response to this, they're the ones that then risk the regime's survival.
That's true, but I guess if you look at sort of how the Iranian regime was formed, right? The real kind of the thing that brought the regime together, even though when it started looked quite weak, was actually Saddam's invasion of Iran. As obviously you know all about this, right? I'm not gonna teach you how to suck eggs here, but yeah, I guess like obviously yeah, it's a targeted strike. It's very specific, but will the next one, will the next one be targeted in the same way? Will it go off without a hitch? Will some fucking catastrophe happen with these complex kind of network systems that, the F-35 needs to stay in flight, right? So a horrible fucking accident could happen and you could lose like 6 planes in a fucking 100-plane sortie. And then,
that's not that right now.
Mhm.
Right now, Iran has not been able to take down a single IDF plane above Iran.
Doesn't mean it won't happen. Isn't that the hot hand fallacy, where if you think something's going well in the present, it will continue to go well in the future?
But we've seen over the past week they've lost control of their own skies. They don't have any means to shoot down these planes. It's been going for 8 days. 8 days, and there hasn't been any. There's been no effort to. There's been no way to take down these planes over 8 days, right? So why would suddenly they be able to just strike down some of the most sophisticated planes in the U.S. arsenal?
That's a fair point, I guess.
There's also no indication whatsoever. There's no indication whatsoever that there's going to be further strikes. I honestly think this is one and done. This is one and done.
Yeah. Can we take? I'll take those in 2 parts, if you like. Yep. So basically, yeah, of course. So the first part with regard to like the shoot down of a plane, right? If you look to the example of Kosovo, 1990, the Nighthawk that was shot down, the Nighthawk that was shot down, right? That very famous example. Because I mean, I know the Iranian regime kind of is a bit of a paper tiger relative to what we were expecting, but I mean, even a guy with a gun can get taken out by a guy with a rock, right?
Okay. Yes.
Yeah. So I think that's sort of an important point to make. And every single sortie that happens, that the likelihood that the situation could become ever more complex is what worries me. And I mean, Trump
has now said that. Trump has basically said that he wants it to be one and done.
I mean, yeah, and if Trump doesn't get what he wants, what does Trump tend to do?
I know, but I just don't see, I don't see why Iran would risk regime survival on escalating things.
So you don't, well, see, I don't want to come off as like Oh no, it's not Islamophobic to say this, but if you look at the sort of history of discourse from Iranian leadership, it at times can be very like literally apocalyptic, like like salt the earth and we shall use atomic weapons to fucking like biblical kind of shit, right? So I mean, if you're saying you can't rationalize why, irrational jihadists would do suicide nuclear attacks. I mean, what you can't rationalize that. You can't see that as being a distinct possibility.
Dude, if you think that they're going to respond to this with suicide attacks, dude, I genuinely don't think so.
No, if it gets worse, I mean, you're looking at this though as like a sort of isolated thing and not an event in the sort of transient nature of fucking time. So you make me sound cringe, Drew. This is what you're doing to me. You make me sound like a
I'm not. I'm not saying anything, man. I'm not attacking you personally.
No, I know. But you know what I mean, right? I'm saying I sound stupid when I talk. Sorry.
No, not at all, man. I'm aware. Maybe you haven't done. I mean, I know you're just starting out with online debating and stuff. That's fine.
Yeah, so I'm basically doing this in place of like lectures, because obviously I've just sort of finished my masters, and so I'm getting a bit stir crazy not being able to talk about this shit with people who So but this was actually like doing this whole rigmarole was easier than like asking you to lunch though.
Yeah, look, I understand. Listen, maybe what we should do is we should do a proper debate on this through the week. I think I think Trump is about to go live. We could put that on maybe.
Yeah, sorry, so I understand. The news has got to come first, bro. We can do this anytime. Go ahead.
It's hard. No, you can stay on the stream if you want to watch.
Sure. I'm cool. I'm cool to hang out. Do you mind if I just? Yeah, do you mind if I just pause my? Can I? Is this like Zoom?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure, dude. Okay. Oh wait, sorry. What'd you say?
Is this like Zoom where I can just like turn my camera off? Yeah, same thing. Right? Cool. Yeah, because
I think there is I think Trump's about to address America. So I'm just trying to get that up. 1 second. Okay. What's the time in America right now? DC time. He's addressing the nation at 3. Oh, that's British time. Okay. When's Trump addressing? Yeah, I just keep it 8:45. So, does anybody know? Okay, so he's when does he address the nation? What's the time in DC right now? It's 9:45 in DC. Addressing the nation, isn't it supposed to be now?
Also from Donald Trump, but we've now heard from the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who has posted on X.
I want to apologize to Pickles LeBlanc because I do want to have a proper debate and everything. It's just very hard to focus right now on anything because the news is so frantic.
That he and President Trump have spoken. They've been speaking.
You have nothing to apologize for, mate. Don't you worry about that. You're okay.
Cool, man. Sorry, it's just so frantic right now. Okay.
No, I know what you mean. I'm literally the exact same. And that's actually like why medication for ADHD can be so helpful.
That's very, very true.
Yeah, because I mean, like that's one of the reasons I think I like you so much, Drew. Is that I see some of myself in you.
Thank you, man. Cool.
Yeah, but and also we both knew Wilson, and I fucking miss that guy.
Oh yeah, I know.
Yeah, whenever some fucking crazy shit happens in the world, I often wonder what Wilson would have thought about it. So
I wish I knew.
In the early hours,
do you think about him much?
This morning here.
I do.
Yeah, me too, man. Yeah, because I went to high school with him.
Potentially happen.
Oh, really? Right. Okay. Nice.
Yeah, he's a good guy.
Good guy. He's very funny.
Because we were supposed to go to that fucking Wilson Gavin bullshit.
Yeah,
I forgot about it.
I do.
You ate my food. You ate my meal.
Oh, Oh, right.
You
Okay, that's
texted
where
me.
okay, yeah, that's
Yeah.
Oh, okay, now,
I'm that
now
guy.
I know you. Yeah,
Yes,
okay,
Jesus,
okay. I
dude.
understand.
Yes, I'm that guy. Yes. No, but it's good to see you, man. Like, because I've always wanted to, like, be mates with you, but you're kind of like you're kind of like imperceptible to other people unless you become like a fucking online man.
Oh, I spent a lot of time online.
Yeah, like we know some of the same people, dude. And like, yeah. It's
No, that's
yeah.
cool, that's
Anyway,
cool.
sorry.
No,
I've got to do this. I'll be
Yeah,
right
no
back.
worries,
I'll
man.
just.
All right, no worries.
So if I go stop the cam, does that also stop the mute?
I think if you just put yourself, I'll mute you. I'll mute you.
Oh.
He
Okay,
has
cool.
posted on
Right.
X. But Stuart, I'm just going to bring you back in because that last point that Benjamin Netanyahu has made, saying Trump's leadership has created a pivot of history that can help lead the Middle East and beyond to a future of prosperity and peace. And it goes to the point of what we've been talking about. We just don't know at this stage how the Iranians are going to react at this point from the United States and Israel. It's wishful thinking that perhaps this is the moment where they can draw a line. There won't be these continued tit-for-tat attacks between Iran and Israel. And where you are, though, things are very different. They are on high alert and they are waiting to see what the Iranians do next.
Yeah, well, there's no doubt the two men have been talking throughout the whole of this, and to a degree, obviously, the Israeli Prime Minister, has been given the support that he'd been asking for from President Trump. He's actually got it. Now, it's going to be this pivot in history when it really might well be, not necessarily for the good, though. We just don't know what they've achieved. What the Prime Minister is inferring is that the ability of Iran to produce nuclear weapons has been finished by this attack. There's nothing I've read or know that about is absolutely guaranteed from this. Certainly, any system for building anything can be started again. The definite feeling it's suggested by the Prime Minister is that this has been a conclusive attack, and it's at the very least put back any type of nuclear development back many, many years. He's obviously inferring further that actually it is the end, and there is now going to be a change.
Trump's saying he doesn't want to have more war.
Of the Middle East, and things will.
Trump's saying he doesn't want to escalate it further. I don't think it escalates further.
See what has happened in those attacks, and when we can see that, there'll be an analysis of exactly how effective it's been.
Stuart, thank you so much for that update, and we'll be coming back to you in a moment. But I just want to show our viewers that video that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu posted, the one we were referring to, where he thanks President Trump for the operations that have taken place. Let's just have a look.
Congratulations, President Trump. Your bold decision to target Iran's nuclear facilities with the awesome and righteous might of the United States will change history. In Operation Rising Lion, Israel has done truly amazing things. But in tonight's action against Iran's nuclear facilities, America has been truly unsurpassed. It has done what no other country on earth could do. History will record that President Trump acted to deny the world's most dangerous regime the world's most dangerous weapons. His leadership today has created a pivot of history that can help lead the Middle East and beyond to a future of prosperity and peace. President Trump and I often say, peace through strength. First comes strength, then comes peace. And tonight, President Trump and the United States acted with a lot of strength. President Trump, I thank you. The people of Israel thank you. The forces of civilization thank you. God bless America. God bless Israel. And may God bless our unshakable alliance, our unbreakable faith.
Well, you're listening there to Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu with that statement.
Hanani is live
on X, and as he said, and I quote him, "History will record that Trump."
Let me put on Hanani alive. Pickles LeBlanc. I might just go to Hanania. Hang on. Let's watch this.
People often who 20, 30 years ago were, the 20, 30 years ago, like.
Con says, can I use certain aspects of your live streams to turn them into folk songs? Go ahead, dude. I'm happy with that. Sure.
With Congress, it's a little, with the House of Representatives, actually, it's been a little bit different. I think there's been a lot of turnover, actually, in the last few years. But that, brings me to the second point, which is that, even if they're like not representative, like, I don't know, Steve Bannon and Tucker. Steve Bannon and Tucker's worldview.
Oh, there I am. Is that me?
Not that
Yeah,
well
that's you.
represented in Congress.
Oh, cool. Haha. Love it.
Of their audience.
Yeah, but so what I miss?
And like
just watching Hanania.
I'd like compare.
Well, this is wait. I'm watching me twice.
Yeah,
I'm watching me on the YouTube as well. That's why it's so weird.
Medicare and Medicaid. Basically, doesn't want any.
Hang on, let's listen to Hanania.
I think Ben is like just a big government guy at this point. And that's not well represented among members of Congress. And it's not because they're not elite human capital exactly. They're not.
I'm not killing your views, am I?
Elites who are like
No. Just it's okay, man. Let's listen to Hanania.
Sometimes they are like Thomas.
Oh, this is what he sounds like.
Often they just have like this.
God, just look at him.
Like, oh, we got to get our debt in order. These kind of people who just grew up on Ronald Reagan.
He's like Patrick Bateman. You ever see American Psycho?
And these people still exist.
Dude, I want to listen to what he's saying.
Peace.
Does it matter?
Yes. They continue to be able
to. No, come on.
Navigate the Trump era. Despite the fact that Trump doesn't believe in all of that. Trump believes in.
And he believes in so much.
And so,
maybe that's not fair.
Because listen, I'll have you on the show later this week. I might go solo now, but I'll have you.
Might go solo? Yeah, you're all good, bro.
Yeah, man. No worries. All right.
See you, brother.
Let's see if I can Google. Somebody post a link. You can't really post the link.
I just want to listen to Hanania a little bit. Sorry, people. I just want to hear what he's saying a bit.
If somebody, let's see, let me Google it. Trump live address. There might be a YouTube channel.
Is the live address happening now? Hang on. I got to go to the live address. Let's see. Speaking to the nation live. Okay, it's about to happen. It's about to happen. Okay, let's watch this.
Sunday here and across the region as everybody awaits that Iranian response. Of course, there'll be an expectation that Israel will be attacked again, although it has been now not far off 26 hours since the last major Iranian attack on Israel, the longest gap between missile attacks since Israel first started its war against Iran just over a week ago. Again, there's not really too much into that. Iran still has the capability to attack Israel. Iran certainly has the capability to attack US military bases if it wants around the region. I would have thought it'd be the US military bases that will be the main target. Trump has tried to make it clear that this was an attack on Iranian military targets. They haven't gone after senior regime officials, for example. And so if it's going to be a sort of a like-for-like response, it can't be a like-for-like response because, America have gone after nuclear facilities. But if it's going to be a sort of a military-for-military response, then it would be US military bases around the region that I think would be most at threat. Again, you might be able to narrow it down because you would assume that the Iranians won't want to target a country that houses a US military base that might be of significance, like, for example, Qatar, which has quite close links to Iran, but also hosts the largest US base and air base in the Middle East. So it could be the likes of Iraq and Syria, where they have attacked multiple times, either directly or through their proxies in the past.
Yeah, absolutely. Ali, let's bring in our Mark Stone, because Mark, we're about 3 minutes or so away from when we expect Donald Trump, the president, to address the nation. And we are expecting him to be firm as... What does it involve?
It involves...
Sorry, I'll put it live.
Yeah, because he will frame this as a decisive strike out of which he hopes and he believes that diplomacy can come, that this strength, this sort of moment of strength, from that, peace will come. As Netanyahu said in his statement, I imagine that the framing of Netanyahu's statement was closely aligned to the conversation that we know Netanyahu and Trump have had this evening since these strikes took place. Just to pick up on your conversation just now about where the Iranians may try and attack from, Syria or Iraq. Well, one key calculus in the American administration over the past week has been that they've been watching very closely to see how effective Iran's proxies have been at attacking Israel in these series of counterattacks. And the answer is not very effective. So that has been a very important for Donald Trump as he's weighed whether or not to get involved. He and his generals have been watching, and they've seen that actually Iran has not been that capable. There has been no mass casualty event in Israel. So that has kind of buoyed them into thinking, you know what, maybe we can get away with what we now know wasn't just one strike, it was 6 of these MOPs, 6 of these massive bombs dropped on Fodor. We await to see the satellite imagery, which will give us some sense as the sun rises of just how successful it has been. Let me tell you, too, that we know now that when President Trump emerges in the White House in just a few moments' time, he will be
going to be
flanked by
live.
his Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, by his Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, and by the Vice President, J.D. Vance. They will all walk behind the president as he approaches the podium. This is not, I don't think, going to take place in the Oval Office. It's going to be an address to the nation from elsewhere in the White House, perhaps the East Room, and it will be in a few moments' time.
Yeah, as you say,
Any
in the
moment
next
now.
few moments, we are going to be hearing from President Trump, who is going to be addressing the nation. And Mark, on Friday, we saw the E3, the Europeans, the British, the German, and the French meet in Geneva with the Iranian foreign minister. There were hopes that would get somewhere, and it really didn't. And I guess in many ways, his allies, the Europeans, those speaking to him, may have seen this situation come as a surprise. I mean, already we're hearing from Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General of the United Nations, saying he's calling for de-escalation and saying that this is a very dangerous escalation, a direct threat to international peace and security. So we are hearing from leaders from the international community waking up to this news, concerned about where this could tip the region. And just to let our viewers know, we are now at the top of the hour. It is 3 a.m. In the UK, 5 a.m. Here in Israel, and we are expecting 10 p.m. in Washington, where you are, Mark, and we are expecting perhaps in the next minute or so for President Trump to emerge.
Yes, a very rare address to the nation late at night. These addresses to the nations by US presidents, they come at moments of significance, moments of peril, perhaps. They usually come earlier in the day, in line with prime time. 6 p.m. is the normal time for such an address. But just a few hours after announcing that he had launched strikes on Iran's nuclear sites, President Donald Trump will shortly address the nation. The biggest moment, I think, for sure, of his presidency, certainly the biggest moment in terms of global affairs for his presidency. He's had so many voices in his ears over the past week, that some telling him this is the moment to go for it. You should strike Iran, be decisive, peace through strength, and yet many others telling him he should not do this, that the consequences, the intended consequences and the unintended consequences are just unknown. Let's listen now to the president of the United States, who will shortly be taking that podium. Sorry, I jumped the gun slightly. He's not there yet, but we now have a live shot there of the podium in the White House. And as I say, he will shortly be flanked by his Secretary of State, the Vice President as well, and the Secretary of Defense to address the nation. And I guess, Yalda, to explain why he believes he did this. Here is the president now.
He's coming up now. Okay, let's watch this live.
Thank you very much. A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime: Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive enterprise. Our objective was the destruction of Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and a stop to the nuclear threat posed by the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. Tonight, I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated. Iran, the bully of the Middle East, must now make peace. If they do not, future attacks will be far greater and a lot easier. For 40 years, Iran has been saying death to America, death to Israel. They have been killing our people, blowing off their arms, blowing off their legs with roadside bombs. That was their specialty. We lost over 1,000 people, and hundreds of thousands throughout the Middle East and around the world have died as a direct result of their hate. In particular, so many were killed by their general, Qasem Soleimani. I decided a long time ago that I would not let this happen. It will not continue. I want to thank and congratulate Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu. We worked as a team like perhaps no team has ever worked before. And we've gone a long way to erasing this horrible threat to Israel. I want to thank the Israeli military for the wonderful job they've done. And most importantly, I want to congratulate the great American patriots who flew those magnificent machines tonight, and all of the United States military on
Those
an
parts are
operation the
amazing.
likes of which the
Those
world
parts are
has not
amazing.
seen in many, many decades. Hopefully, we will no longer need their services in this capacity. I hope that's so. I also want to congratulate the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Raisin Kane, spectacular general, and all of the brilliant military minds involved in this attack. With all of that being said, this cannot continue. There will be either peace or there will be tragedy for Iran far greater than we have witnessed over the last 8 days. Remember, there are many targets left. Tonight's was the most difficult of them all, by far, and perhaps the most lethal. But if peace does not come quickly, we will go after those other targets with precision, speed, and skill. Most of them can be taken out in a matter of minutes. There's no military in the world that could have done what we did tonight, not even close. There has never been a military that could do what took place just a little while ago.
God bless America.
Tomorrow, General Kane, Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth will have a press conference at 8 a.m. at the Pentagon. And I want to just thank everybody, and in particular, God. I want to just say we love you, God, and we love our great military. Protect them. God bless the Middle East. God bless Israel, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you.
God bless America. I think it's the right decision. God bless America.
You're listening there to that short statement from President Trump, where he's addressed the nation, and he described the operation as a spectacular military success, which is what he's been saying over the course of the last couple of hours when he first made the announcement on Truth Social that he had launched this attack. He thanked the US military for flying those magnificent machines, he said, and he described Iran as the bully of the Middle East. Let's bring in our Mark Stone, who was listening to that short statement. Mark, that was perhaps the shortest statement I've ever heard Donald Trump make. He was to the point, and he talked about the spectacular military success that the United States has had in the last couple of hours.
Yes, he claimed that these three attacks on the three sites had been completely and totally obliterated. Now, he said, the Iranians must make peace. He didn't go into any detail of how this attack unfolded. He didn't explain why his thinking appears to have changed over a relatively short period of time. It was only 24, 36 hours ago that he was of the view that diplomacy should be given a chance, and he gave this sort of window, this timeline of up to 2 weeks. That's clearly gone out of the window. but he claims that Iran's nuclear capability has been completely obliterated. We will see whether that is indeed the case. We're only in the very early hours before any assessments can be made on the ground, and they will be very difficult because there will not be. There may be some Israeli secret service on the ground there, but it will be very hard to get an accurate assessment of just how successful these strikes have been, but that will come in time. I thought, Yalda, one interesting point that he made, he sought to remind the American people who he was addressing just the malign actions of Iran over so many years. We lost thousands of people, he said. He was reminding Americans why he did this. He was justifying why he has done what many of them did not want him to do, reminding them that so many Americans over the years have been killed by roadside bombs that have been planted, he would argue, by Iranian militia right across the Middle East. This cannot continue, he said. There will be peace or tragedy for Iran. The other point he made is that the mission that was carried out over the last few hours was the most difficult of all the missions that they needed to carry out. Everything from now on, should they have to carry out more missions, he said, should they have to carry out more military action, it will all be easier. I think what he's referencing is the supreme leader. He could take him out, as he said before, much more easily than this mission was. So we've done the hardest thing now, fall in line, or this will continue, was his message.
Yeah, very much sending a clear warning to Iran that there are two options here: the diplomacy and the path of
Iran
peace,
could just stop now,
or if the situation escalates and there are attempts to hit military bases. And we're just speaking to Stuart Ramsey there in Iraq, which is on high alert, like the rest of this region. That the Americans have the capability and the will to strike again. I thought it was interesting also that he talked about that military commander Qasem Soleimani, who Donald Trump took out when he served in his first term in 2018. And he talked about the fact that he'd made a decision long ago to prevent Iran from not just acquiring nuclear weapons, but from using its proxies in the region, from targeting Americans. And as you say, reminding Americans that this is not just a fight for Israel and, a war that is happening in the Middle East, but this is the reason why he felt America needed to get involved.
Yeah, and I do think that his decision in late 2019 to assassinate Qasem Soleimani, an assassination that took place in early January of 2020, that was a pivotal moment, a kind of inflection point in his political journey, because he took a massive risk then. He went for the most extreme option of those that his generals had given him, and decided back then in late 2019 to order the assassination of a top
Soleimani was the right choice.
When that happened, when that drone strike killed Qasem Soleimani on I think January the 3rd, 2020, it sent reverberations around the region. Experts around the world on the Middle East were bracing and saying this is going to create hell across the Middle East. The Iranians will respond. They kind of didn't. There were a few attacks. We went straight to Erbil, and there was an attack on the US base in Erbil. I don't think anyone died, but the Iranians tried to attack back, but they didn't do a great deal. And I think Donald Trump has learned a lesson from that if you are decisive and you show strength and you are successful, and then he was, now he hopes he will be again, then the Iranians, they may not retaliate. It's a big gamble. There are so many American targets around the region. The way this goes wrong is if the Iranians manage to hit a US base somewhere in the Middle East, and then on an airstrip like that on the left of the screen, you will not be seeing a president walking to a helicopter. You will be seeing American bodies in coffins. That is the big danger. Donald Trump is calculating that won't happen. He believes that the Iranian proxies around the region have been degraded to such an extent over a couple of years now, and over the last week, the Iranian ability from its homeland to attack across the region has also been degraded. So he is gambling that the Iranians will not, in any satisfactory way, from their perspective, strike back. But as I say, it's a big moment, a big risk.
Yeah, absolutely. Mark, thank you so much for that update, and we'll keep you right there for more analysis. Just in the last few minutes, we heard from President Donald Trump addressing the nation, and the sun has started to come up here where we are. It's just gone 5 o'clock in the morning, and over 2.5 hours ago, we received the news that the United States has launched those series of attacks on the nuclear facilities in Iran. And President Donald Trump confirmed that in the last 10 minutes. Let's just bring in our Stuart Ramsey, who's standing by in Erbil. And Stuart, we just heard there from the president offering Iran two paths here, that he didn't want them to go down the path of attacking sites, military facilities and bases in places like where you are. But no doubt there's a lot of concern there at the moment.
Yeah, we just saw 3 Chinooks take off from the American air base, which is a few miles away behind me. That doesn't mean anything, of course. We've seen them in the skies. We often do. Definitely, there is a concern here that the Shia militias, who are incredibly powerful, who are angry and have been threatening action against American potential targets here for some time now, if America was to get involved, that they will just simply ignore any orders from Baghdad and will carry out attacks themselves. And of course, it's possible that Iran itself could launch missile strikes here as well. There's a number of potential targets. There's obviously the embassy in Baghdad, which we are told is now effectively emptied. We can't absolutely confirm that, but our sources are good. But there is this concern that this will develop. I think it was interesting, wasn't it, that Mark pointed it out, that the president was talking about the numbers of American servicemen who have been injured. And of course, that took place in Iraq, but it was the technology for the shaped weapons that were used that blew up American military vehicles. It changed the dynamic here, and it took lots of limbs and lots of lives. And of course, that information, how it was done and how they were organized, various militias here, came from Iran itself. And that was, I think, what the president was trying to remind the people of the United States. The key thing is, though, has it been as successful as he says it is? As Mark pointed out, totally obliterated is how he's described the nuclear program in these attacks that have taken place. We will have to see how much, what damage.
Guys, if you're watching the live stream on YouTube, we've got 60 live viewers. Please leave a like on the stream. It helps us reach more people. I'd appreciate it if you could leave a like on the stream. Thank you, guys. I'm going to put on Al Jazeera.
Quote unquote IAEA for indifference and even support of this strike, noting that this was a couple of days ago, one day before the initiation of Israeli strikes, there was a resolution adopted by the Board of Governors of IAEA. And for some Iranians, that resolution paved the way for a possibility of this strike, though IAEA and the Director General himself told Al Jazeera that he denies such a sort of impact. Also, we've got this statement in which we've got this, they're saying that those 3 targeted sites were under quote-unquote continuous inspection of IAEA, and that they're saying this national industry, referring to Iran's nuclear program, is not going to be stopped, something that we were much expecting to hear. They were said that if attacks happen, this is not going to be the ending or termination of Iran's nuclear program. But still, we have to talk about a wider context, the bigger picture that is taking place. Speaking of the United States' role, first of all, Iranian officials previously criticized the United States. The Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian and other officials were saying that the initiation of Israeli strikes couldn't have happened without green light of the United States. Also, they were saying that any U.S. intervention runs the risk of a further escalated situation down the road, saying that it could move this escalation into a next unprecedented level, running the risk of a regional full-fledged all-out war scenario. And now we see it, and we are seemingly in the middle of that scenario. Also, we have to keep in mind another key contextual element, and that's the very fact that Iran and the United States were in the middle of a diplomatic trajectory. Iran and the United States were supposed to have
Actually, I'm going to put on Fuentes. Let's see what Fuentes is saying.
Round of negotiations on Iran's nuclear.
Let's watch what Fuentes is saying. I'm interested. Let's see what he says.
And Iraqi militias that are aligned with Iran may attack American bases. The last option that they have is they could attack Saudi oil. This is something that happened throughout Yemen's war with Saudi Arabia. The Houthis or the Iranians or other groups could rise up or attack Saudi's oil fields in the eastern province. That's another thing that they could do to put pressure on the United States.
Fucking Hitler invading
But this is why this is not just about Iran. It would be bad enough if it was just about Iran. Iran is a big country with, as we all know now, 90 million people. It's got 1 million soldiers. It's got drone factories, missile factories. It's got thousands of ballistic missiles. Attacking Iran by itself and the prospect of regime change is a huge deal. It's a far bigger deal than attacking Iraq or Syria. And if you just look at the map, Iran is much bigger. As a country, it's bigger than Iraq and Syria. Its population has many multiples. Its economy is far bigger. Its military is far more sophisticated and bigger. But of course, it's not just about Iran. If it were just about Iran, that would be a big deal by itself. But this is now spilling over into the entire region. It could draw in proxies from Yemen, from Lebanon, from Syria, from Iraq. It could involve targets inside Iraq, Syria, Jordan, Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar, the Emirates, Saudi Arabia.
I mean, Fuentes is basically the same version of that, but let's watch Press TV. Are they on YouTube? Let's watch Press TV. Drew, do you think Iran closes the Strait of Hormuz? If they do that, it's over for the Iranian regime. So why would they? Okay, hang on. Press TV. How do I watch Press TV? Okay, live. Okay, let's watch this. Rumble. They're on Rumble. Okay, beautiful. Let's watch the Iranian regime live on Rumble. Beautiful. Hang on. So funny that they're on Rumble next to Nick Fuentes.
Particular genuine reason for both, because ultimately it's not really a particular people. It's the idea of standing with the right. And I've seen some videos of Palestinian children starving and dying of thirst and food. So it's very, very tragic. There's a small.
This is Iran state media.
Abundant because the parents were martyred. And and there are, I think, daily couple of children being taken out. So this is the reality. And even people from, I would say, Western media who went there, they were crying. So this is what, and Iran is, I think, has taken a principal stance for the Palestine, much more than any other, I think, Islamic country. And that's where it has been appreciated. Even now, the way it has taken up a case and fought against Israel, and now it will be fighting the mighty superpower. So entire global South is with it. The Arab state, the Turkish state, the Pakistani state, because of this, I think, stance is with Iran. Very generally, in case you want to know the sentiments, now it's very easy to look at comments on the social media. The governments may have their own limitations, but by and large, I would say 99% support, even in India-Pakistan contest.
This is shit. Honestly, Press TV is very weak right now. I want to go back to Fuentes.
So when Iran, I think, is now defending.
Let's go back to Fuentes. Nicholas J. Fuentes. Okay.
That has always been their goal ever since the Islamic Revolution in '79. Make no mistake about it. Israel, on some level, does not care about the nuclear program. That's not their primary concern.
That's retarded. That's completely
Fundamentally,
retarded.
Israel wants to topple the government in Iran. That is why Iran has a nuclear program.
It's literally
Iran has a nuclear program.
It's literally the absolute reverse. It's literally the absolute reverse. Iran has said since they got into power, the Iranian regime has said that their number one goal is to destroy Israel.
Because the United States
So of course
has a
Israel's
doctrine
against them. Are you
against
fucking
the
stupid?
proliferation of nuclear weapons. That's the trifecta. Israel wants to topple Iran. Iran is protecting itself by having a nuclear program and a proxy network. And
I actually agree with you, Pickles LeBlanc. I actually agree.
Primarily,
Iran
it
should
is their
actually
nuclear
employ Nick Fuentes on
program,
Press
which is
TV.
why
They
the
need more
United
gay
States
news
has
presenters.
intervened. And Israel knows that.
This
That's
guy's
why
actually
they play
retarded.
up the threat of the nuclear program and embellish the risk that it poses to the United States, or even the reality of whether Iran has weaponized or desires weaponization at all. So now that the United States has disarmed Iran and its nuclear program, that clears the way for Israel to do what it always wanted to do, which is to knock down the regime. So that is really the question. And the question is, how does Iran play its hand now? It has been made defenseless. The United States is involved. It is now a direct offensive partner of Israel. And realistically, it already was, but now they drop bombs. Does Iran retaliate against the United States? If they didn't, there's no deterrence. If Iran lets itself get bombed and does nothing, it probably invites more aggression because it says that you can drop bombs on us and we will do nothing. We're afraid. If Iran retaliates,
I'll put on Willie
then
OAM.
America will
I'll put on
avenge
Willie
the
OAM.
deaths of American soldiers. And this is why in
Dude, it's so funny. Nick Fuentes is actually completely retarded. He goes, oh, it's not even about the nuclear program. Iran only has the nuclear program because Israel wanted to overthrow the regime for so long. Dude, Israel wants to get rid of the Iranian regime because the Iranian regime has said for 50 years that they want to destroy Israel. You think Israel's not going to respond to that? You must be fucking retarded if you think Israel's not going to respond to that. Let's listen to Willie.
Have to constantly be at war to distract the public from how corrupt the government is, from Gene Bowden. And it does seem a little bit like we have constant war. Thank you, Lavish Patch Kid, after being told we were getting out of wars. Right, so let's continue seeing what is going down. The poll, okay, let me stop the poll so I can get the results. Here, guys, remember, results of the poll come through. Right, did the US completely destroy Fidel? 73% of people have said the entrances and 26% have said complete. And I agree. I cast my vote on, I think, the entrances. We can safely assume the entrances, but as far as the complete destruction of it, it's going to take more evidence than what we have presented at this point in time, because I believe it might have taken more than the 6 that were dropped on it. Maybe I'm wrong and it has been destroyed. That I'm, happy to be wrong. But that's just what I'm taking. George Prims, thank you for becoming a Mega Willy member. Someone said the American, Spencer says Trump voters aren't nearly as fractured. We just don't want boots on the ground. I disagree. I think what I'm seeing in the conservative spaces online, that the mega voters, the conservative voters are very, very fractured over this escalation, because I think they've seen this script before. They've seen the script before, and that they are very, very wary of it. And what if Iran doesn't then back down? Right, comments from an observer regarding this. Okay, I just want to bring up, guys, I'm just going to go back to my face for a minute because I want to bring up this post that I'm seeing.
Hang on, I'm going to bring back the live stream. I'm just going to bring up Twitter again. You can load it from Twitter. Actually, should we watch Hasanabi a bit more? I want to watch a little bit more of Hasanabi. Let's see how Hassan's going.
I mean, listen, I don't know, but if I was
Hey, Brantley, Iran attacked Israel on October 7th. That's what started the war. This wouldn't have happened if October 7th had not happened.
or on the planet, okay, I would very quickly cut as many deals as possible with the other big dog. I'd be like, please give me the Dongfeng missiles. I will do anything for you. I have a 25-year energy contract with you. Give me some Dongfeng missiles. I would like to launch some Dongfeng missiles instantly. I would like to launch maximum amounts of Dongfeng missiles is what I would probably do in that situation. International law collapsed in 2003 with the invasion of Iraq. Biden made a mockery of it from 2023 to 2025, and Trump has torn the mask off in 2025. Exactly. Yeah. Dongfeng missiles in the direction of commercial vessels potentially flying above them, you know, mining the Strait of Hormuz, closing it down. Dongfeng missiles in the direction of oil refineries, but that wouldn't happen because that would also hurt China's interest. Also, there's the other side of this as well. China loves trade maxing, as I've said before, and they would hate for a global disruption of any sort against shipping or, God forbid, energy. That means less trade. That means economic collapse, and that means no trade. And they love trading. If they don't trade, they explode. So obviously, they probably would not be on board.
Hassan
with
Pike
that.
is begging
But
for
it
Chinese
doesn't
intervention.
even
He's
need to
literally a
get to that
freak.
point. If you don't want America to fucking blow up your nuclear facilities, put some fucking Chinese military in your country. If you don't want America to blow up your nuclear facilities, put some Russian military in your country. It's kind of that simple. There are Russian civilian nuclear sites in Iran. They were not attacked. It would also be weird, of course, for relatives to kill one another when you got Israeli, Russian Air Force pilots throwing missiles in the direction of Russian nuclear scientists down on Iranian soil. That would be really fucked up, but they didn't do that. They didn't do that.
Aware of. Yeah, I think that's a major concern. You're talking about, it's not the problem.
Dude, Hassan is literally calling for he wants people to put Chinese and Russian military troops in their country. He actually hates America so much. Why does this guy even live in America? He hates America so much.
That he added, 2 days was within 2 weeks, pointing to his comments on making a decision within.
Look at this, 94,000 people watching Hassan live, 94,000 people. And he's just outright saying, please put in Chinese and Russian troops. Fucking crazy.
Iranian envoys.
This is the propaganda being beamed into 18-year-old heads.
Specifically so they could feel like
Hassan Piker is beaming propaganda into the heads of 95,000 young people, telling them, put Russian and Chinese troops in your country. This is fucking mental. This is the voice of the new left, everybody. Fucking mental.
Figure out that this was happening this weekend. I'm pretty sure the Iranian state is not oblivious. Okay? Just so you know. All this does is show the rest of the world and maybe the Iranian leadership that American talks and American ceasefire and American negotiations are meaningless. They just want complete domination. They want death and they want destruction. Let's go back to some more MAGA defending the strikes. Let me ask everyone tonight after these recent strikes, a country that consistently chants death to America, they got their fucking nose. They're all bots. I swear to God. Bots, all of them.
He's literally mental, dude. This is
war
mental.
began. The Iranians announced that they had already built and would activate a new uranium enrichment facility separate from its current facilities. Several Iranian officials have also said that they began moving materials from their current sites in March. Unless bombing is accompanied by a new political agreement and inspection regime, it's not really clear the degree to which losing Fordow and Natanz sets back the current nuclear program. The main impediment towards weaponization is that there was no political will.
So true. So true.
If the Iranian government is still silly enough not to fucking immediately get their hands on nukes, number 3 of the Hasanabi nuclear doctrine, a doctrine for nation building, I don't know what to tell you. Mark Wayne Mullen says we were attacked prior.
Chad talked about the reporter that you visited about earlier, talked about the war powers and how AOC, who really gives a flip what AOC is saying, and some others are talking about impeachment because we should come to Congress first. Underneath Article 2, it has been debated and been put into court multiple times on what exactly the length of war powers have, with the president having to come to Congress before he committed troops. We didn't commit necessarily troops here, but it also goes on to say, according to court rulings, that if we are attacked, the commander-in-chief, not the president of the United States at the time, but now he becomes commander-in-chief, has the authority and the ability to protect Americans home and abroad if we feel threatened or attacked, including our assets. There is no question Iran has threatened us, and there is no question they have attacked us. This is well within the...
What?
Hassan is crashing out massively. It's literally worse than Iran Press TV.
Hopefully MAGA kids get drafted first. No, that's not how this works. Everybody gets drafted.
the president's authority to be able to do just exactly what he's doing. He's keeping America safe. And by the way, President Trump is the president of peace. He wants peace more than anybody, but at the same time, he believes in peace through strength, and deterrence is the best way to keep peace.
I swear this doctrine has infinite mileage. It's not. It's not that fucking complex. My very apolitical friend just said to me, no one fucks with North Korea. Why do you think that is? Yep, there's a clear message for a lot of global South and Middle Eastern countries tonight, sadly, and it isn't a
Nobody gives a fuck. Nobody gives a fuck. Nobody cares.
Doctrine. Hasanabi doctrine for nation building. Number one.
Fuck the global South.
Nukes. Number two, don't give up the nukes. This is for Ukraine, okay? This is for Ukraine. Don't give up the nukes. Number three, if a Western superpower claims you have nukes or a WMD, drop everything and immediately obtain nukes. Because if you don't do that, they're going to fuck you. They are going to ass fuck you with a bayonet like they did in Libya to Gaddafi, who did not have nukes, but they said he did. Okay? They're going to assassinate you without any fucking, without any sort of trial whatsoever, like Saddam Hussein. Okay? It doesn't matter if you're a good guy or a bad guy. It doesn't matter. If you're a fucking head of state and America says you have nukes, they're coming for you. You have to get nukes immediately. If you don't get nukes, you're fucked. And yeah, I don't know if this is this Hasanabi doctrine also getting heavily vindicated. If America gets attacked again, we probably deserve it. I mean, I'm not gonna say anything.
Fucking
I'm not gonna say anything, but also, you know, we are doing a lot of fuck shit. I hope it doesn't happen, but god damn, are we fucking, you know, we are doing our very best. Iran is going to close the Strait of Hormuz? I don't think so. This is CNN's actual program name right now. Why Iran hates America, a Fareed Zakaria special? I don't know. Is he just going to do an accurate assessment of the past fucking 7 to 8 days? Breaking. Israel's attacking southern Lebanon with airstrikes. Israeli raids target the Iqlim al-Tufa region now. Oh, my Lord. Director for rapid response for Kamala Harris is blaming Muslim voters for Iran. What? listen, guys, I'm telling you right now, judging by what Iran has said so far, it feels like they're just going to say, oops, you hit us, but it didn't hurt us that bad. And their retaliation will be fairly limited. This doesn't mean that further war is avoided here, because the appetite for further death and destruction.
I'm going to put on Twitter, Hassan's boring. Nothing ever happens. Yep. We're monitoring the situation. Guys, thanks for tuning into the live stream. If you're watching the live stream on YouTube, please leave a like. Jackson Hinkle, Iran must now make 1 million nukes. Good point by Lexicon Devil. Gaddafi was killed by extremists in his own country who never said he had nukes. Saddam, who was executed without a trial, was executed by the interim Iraqi government after a trial. Hassan never gets anything right, like not ever. Yup. Yeah, Hassan's crying very badly. Hassan is crying big time. JCPOA fucking sucked. The Obama nuclear deal fucking sucked. I'm saying that as somebody who likes the Democrats. It fucking sucked. The Iran nuclear deal fucking sucked. Candace is struggling. Oh my god, this bitch who got paid by Russia is saying she's going to be voting for the Democrats. What a stupid bitch. That's literally the lady. That's literally the lady who got paid directly by Russia to spread anti-Ukraine propaganda. Since when can you stream on Twitter? I've been streaming on Twitter for a little bit, but my main thing is on YouTube. If you're watching on Twitter, I encourage you to go to my YouTube. It's much better. Literally, yeah. Iran, revisionist power with aspirations of regional hegemony, trying to get nukes, led by an anti-American regime. China aligned, a major player in the Gulf, one of the world's 3 key geostrategic regions. Oh, wow. It must be because of the Zionists. Hang on, I'm just going to order some lunch. Big news, big news, big day for the news, big day for the news, big day for monitoring the situation. A lot of stuff is happening today. A lot of stuff is happening today. The problem with the JCPOA, guys, is the fact that Iran used all the increased money, all the increased revenue from oil. They used that to arm Hamas, Hezbollah, all their proxies across the Middle East. That's what started this. That's what ultimately probably led to October 7th. So that's the problem with the JCPOA. That's the problem. Is Candace on streaming? Oh, somebody sent me a link on Discord. Hang on, I'll get that up. 1 second. So I'm just trying to keep up with the news as it's happening as well, guys. It's just so fucking, everything's very fast paced right now. Okay, so here's some video. Let me get it up. So first, verified video of the strikes. Yeah, you can hear the blast waves. That's powerful. That is powerful. Wow, those blast waves are powerful. 4 explosions. Hey, says I just woke up. Yeah, dude. Welcome to the news. Crazy stuff. Big day. So this is geolocated. Wow. The explosions are seen right on top of the tunnel entrances. Wow. Wow. This guy is a genius for that. Wow. Big hits. Big stuff. That's huge. Thank you, Rival Graz. Thank you, Rival Gaz. I gotta find the one of the Hezbollah soldier in Syria who was talking sectarian nonsense. Hang on. So I'm just responding to Shagzadeh. I've got a good response. I got the video. Okay, I've got my comment up. Hang on. It's very hard to cover this while also commenting. It's very difficult. It was literally Iran that destroyed Syria. It was literally Iran that destroyed Syria. Look at this. So this is a Hezbollah fighter in Syria, 2014. We stomped on their corpses, burnt the shit out of them, and we will continue to burn the shit out of them until the last Sunni dog alive on the earth. This was Hezbollah in Syria in 2014. Iran, Hezbollah, and Assad destroyed Syria. It wasn't the West. It was Iran, Hezbollah, and Assad. Listen, I love Shagzadeh. I love Shagzadeh, but we have disagreements on this. I have to say. It's a shame. I love Shagzadeh, but we disagree on this. Pacifism does not preserve peace. Pacifism just enables people who don't care about peace to get everything they want. Yup, fact check true. Lol. Basilian thought. Lol. He's literally just like a gay Pashtun guy living in America who is interested in his ancestral instincts, which is anti-Israel. Cringe. Well, to think that the single most powerful example of keep believing in your dreams, no matter how much the haters keep trying to take you down, they will come true, is Benjamin Netanyahu. Yeah, true. Tulsi wasn't invited in the Situation Room. That's very funny, actually. That's very funny. Yeah, I agree with Noah Blum here. This is really going to be a good litmus test of who let their hatred of Trump obliterate their critical faculties and who is still able to acknowledge that a president they still hate can do a good thing. Somebody's asking, is your friendship with Shark Zadeh over? I enjoy both of your Twitter accounts. I still like Shark Zadeh. It's sad that we disagree on this. I still like him. Okay, I'm not gonna attack him personally. Russia was unable to help Iran thanks to Ukraine dragging them down. The timing was right for this to happen. China and Russia are powerless to intervene and can only watch. Yeah, you take out one part of the Russia-China-Iran axis. It's worth it. Its proxies might blow up a bus filled with American tourists in Cyprus. This is the regime he'd rather have possess a nuclear weapon. Don't give them a nuclear weapon. It's fucking simple. It's so simple. Why would you allow them to have a nuclear weapon? This one's for the 1st Battalion, 8 Marines. Beirut bombing. The barracks bombing. Hang on, I'm trying to get my. Oh wait, hang on. Let's post it. It's true. It's actually extremely true. Been live streaming for almost 3 hours now. I want to say I still like Shagzadeh. David Shoebridge of the Australian Greens says, President Donald Trump's claim today to have bombed Iran directly is such a fundamental threat to world peace that the Albanese government must immediately take steps to distance Australia from these attacks and condemn them. Iran obtaining nuclear weapons is not a fundamental threat to world peace. The Australian Greens are just clowns, just total clowns, dude. Why the hell do these guys want Iran to have nuclear weapons? Why do they want Iran to have nuclear weapons? US has reached out to Iran diplomatically to say that airstrikes or nuclear strikes are all the US plans and regime change is not planned, CBS reports. Stop panicking. Nothing ever happens. Iran has gone through about half of its ballistic missile stockpile. There's not going to be American troops fighting on the ground in Iran. There just won't. That's just not happening. It's not happening, guys. Everybody needs to relax. Amy, Amy, agony and grief. What a fucking joke. What a clown. Agony and fucking grief. Agony and fucking grief. Everybody needs to take a fucking Valium, seriously. Iran has said we will pursue legal action against US attacks. Literally, no one cares. I actually agree. I finally agree with Captain Dreamer. I finally actually agree with him. Still not at war. So Destiny, Hanania, and Drew support the attacks on the Iran nuclear plants. Iranian Supreme Leader Khamenei has named 3 candidates to succeed him should he be killed in his conflict with Israel. Diane Abbott, Jeremy Corbyn. It's so funny when people say, oh no, international law, when the Iranian regime does not give a fuck about international law. Hassan just donated to Frogan with his retweet. I'll spread the message. Beautiful. Paul Bongiorno is an idiot. It's such an idiot. All these people are fucking idiots. I suggest to BRICS to dissolve. Multipolar world isn't happening. Based. End to BRICS. BRICS is over. BRICS is over. This is actually fact check true. No genuine American gives a shit about what happened to Gaddafi. No actual American cares what happened to some shithole Arab dictator who slaughtered Americans in terrorist attacks. Who gives a fuck? Who literally cares? Oh no, not Gaddafi. Oh no, not the mental Arab dictator who slaughtered his own people all the time. Who cares? The Syrian girl is crying for Iran in Perth, Australia. Who cares? It's funny as fuck. Who fucking cares? All these retards are so fucking sad. Candace is really upset right now. Who cares? Actually, fact check true. Every single retarded person is crying right now. Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson, Jackson Hinkle, Hassan Piker, Mehdi Hassan, Owen Jones, Nick Fuentes. Everyone who's retarded and wrong about everything is crying. Who cares? Iran no longer has a nuclear program. Everything from here on forward is a bonus. Yup, makes sense. Al Jazeera's crying. What a fucking idiot. Every single person here is so fucking dumb. I am evil, apparently. Nope. Isn't it funny that all the most evil people are aligned on this? Literally fact check true. Every single bad person, every single person who sucks is against the strike. Candace, Fuentes, Tucker, Hinkle, Hassan, Mehdi Hassan, Owen Jones, every single person who fucking sucks opposes the strike. Isn't that strange? Isn't it weird? Isn't that funny how that happens? I have to say it. I'm more of a Democrat. But the Iran deal sucked. The Iran deal sucked because it basically allowed Iran to get away with funding all its militant proxies across the entire Middle East and trying to genocide the Yahud, as always. Good take by Masi. This is actually a great point. Will the UN silently watch this escalation from uranium open-air prison to uranium enrichment genocide? Fact check true. Fact check true. Hey, Malachi, this is not the Iraq War in 2003 because different things are different, okay? Different things happen in history. Not everything is the exact same. You can actually fucking think outside the box for once. Debate them, Cowd. I would literally debate any single person on that list. Anybody there. If any single one wanted to debate me, I'd fucking love to do it. I'd fucking love to do it. Yep. End of story. Anything bad for these three disgusting dictators is good for humanity. End of story. That's it. That's it. That's how we know it's a good idea. Vietran, holy shit, just woke up. What a day, man. Vietran, what a day. I've been streaming for 3 hours. It's been good. You need to do an episode on the UN and its corruption. It's bad, isn't it? It's very bad. The UN's corruption.
We are the most powerful military force in the history of man. Every fight is our fight. Because what happens over here matters over there. We don't get to sit one out. Learning to use the tools of modern warfare is the difference between the prospering of your people and utter destruction. We can't give you freedom, but we can give you the know-how to acquire it. And that, my friends, is worth more than a whole army base of steel. Sure, it matters who's got the biggest stick, but it matters a hell of a lot more who's swinging it. This is a time for heroes, a time for legends. History is written by the victors. Let's get to work.
Based. Fucking based. Hang on. I'm just going to quickly grab my lunch. 1 second, guys. Give me a minute. Sorry, guys. I was just getting my lunch. All good stuff. All good stuff. Let's go back to the comments. Medvedev has commented. Netanyahu will go one day, but Iran will remain. Okay, cope. See, if Russia's sad, then it's a good thing. It's simple as. Literally as simple as that. Hang on, sorry. Food review. This has been a good stream. Good stream. We've had like almost 50 people watching live for about 3 hours. It's been good. It's been good. I've got some nice Korean for lunch. This is an interesting question. North Korea versus Iran. I mean, Iran has the psycho martyr mentality. Dylan Burns was saying this could help Russia, I think, because of oil prices. I mean, sadly, that part is correct. It could help them with oil prices. Obviously, I don't want Russian oil prices to improve. I hope that doesn't happen. But look, it's also very bad for Russia because Iran is a chief ally of theirs. So if it hurts Russia, it's good. Glenn Greenwald vindicated again. Oh, isn't he a great mind, Glenn Greenwald? Glenn Greenwald will be coping by Glenn Greenwald will have to enjoy some Brazilian feed again to cope. Very nice. I've got a nice Korean drink. Very nice. Sorry, Joshua, I disagree with you on this. Disagree big time. Throw out Chuck Schumer. He's mad. He's mad. Is he upset because of the Iran nuclear facilities got hurt? Seriously, people need to relax. Don't allow the regime to ramp up your anxiety unnecessarily. Obviously, yes. Yasser is right. Good take by Yasser. I completely agree. Listen, guys, Adam Kinzinger is very anti-Trump, and even he's saying this is a good thing. I agree with Adam Kinzinger. It's a very principled thing. Very principled. Oh, I had a typo apparently. Damn it. I'll read pro. Wait. Hang on. I don't think I did have a typo. Yeah, AOC. It's very unfortunate that AOC just has a massive blind spot when it comes to the Middle East. On my way to not rank Zoran Mandani, Patriot. Salute to you. I hope Glenn Greenwald's okay. I hope Glenn Greenwald is okay. Hang on, I'll go to my Discord. Somebody's saying go to Discord. Thanks for everybody who's tuned in so far, by the way. Everyone who's stayed with the stream, I appreciate it. Hang on, where's the message? Where's the message by Troppo? Send it to Jack Reed. Okay, I'll try to find it. Oh my god, Azealia Banks supporting the nuclear strike. She's goated, dude. Goated contrarian. Jack Reed, I think somebody said. Rhode Island. Where's his statement? Jack Reed. Tonight, President Trump ordered airstrikes on Iran's nuclear facilities directly involving U.S. forces in the conflict. This was a massive gamble by President Trump, and nobody knows yet whether it will pay off. President Trump declared Iran's nuclear facilities have been completely and totally obliterated. But there's a lot we still don't know, and we need an accurate, factual damage assessment. What we do know is that the United States of America has the strongest military in the world, powered by brave men and women who expertly support and execute this mission. Facts. We're grateful for their service. We must be prepared for retaliation both in the short and long term on the battlefield and asymmetrically. Congress needs to be briefed in a classified setting, and I'll work with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to ensure that American people get the facts and answers they deserve. It's easier to start wars and end them. Even though the US maintains military dominance, we are at a dangerous stage that could lead to significant instability in the region and beyond. We must be prepared for contingencies going forward. I strongly urge the Trump administration to immediately pursue restraint, diplomacy, and international engagement to prevent further bloodshed. That's a pretty good statement. That's a pretty good statement. Who's Bassem Curbage again? I'm interested what Malcolm Nance is thinking. Oh, the Arab guy who's at Trinity Grammar. Beautiful. Beautiful. We love Bassem Kurbaj. Bassem Kurbaj is a great thinker, a great man who's contributed a lot to the world. I don't think this is correct by Malcolm Nance. I don't think Iran escalates, because if Iran escalates, it's lights out for their regime. A goat shed. Do you have a Discord? So I do. Let me share the Discord streamer with every. I'll share the Discord with everybody. 1 second. I'll send the invite link. Okay, here's the invite link. Okay, I've just shared the Discord. I've just shared the Discord invite link again for everybody. Faustian Thought. I don't know who Faustian Thought is. I mean, how many followers do you have? I might debate you, maybe. What do you want to debate about? Agree with Gary Kasparov. Yeah, agree with Gary Kasparov. Wow, this is amazing. I counted 9 B2s fly over my house, Warsaw, Missouri, heading due east. This guy got it right. This guy got it right. It's crazy. This guy saw it. I just think it's a rare win for Trump. He gets things wrong, but I think this is right. Jack Posobiec tweeted that illegals should be deported to Iran. Okay, that makes sense from Jack Posobiec. We love our Korean food, my friends. Probably my favorite cuisine after Greek. Yeah, I actually agree with Zinab. Great takes by Zineb. I should try and invite her on the Drew Pablo show to talk. Yeah, great take by Ahmed. They know if they retaliate that it's the end of the regime, so they're not gonna go for existential war. Have you tried kalguksu before, Drew? I don't think so. She's so miserable. Look at this idiot. We love the Black Israelites. So mental. Instead of the Arnold, this is a great comment, guys. Instead of the Arnold Amendment in the US, let's get the Drew Amendment. So true. So many people are calling for this, right? So true. So unbelievably true. That's funny. I hope I can go on a holiday to America soon. I've wanted to go back to America for a couple of years. I think I haven't been back to America since 2019. Hopefully, I'll be able to go again. Yeah, it's so funny. They pretend all the regime's psychotic actions are because what the Americans did to the two deaths 75 years ago. Seriously, who cares? These guys are fucking idiots. The communists. The Iranian regime has killed so many communists. Probably the regime most responsible for the most killing of communists in the entire world, and even communists still sin for them. You should go to Brazil so you can meet up with Glenn Greenwald. Fact check true. That would be very important. I think a lot of people would like to see us. I need to meet up with Glenn Greenwald. We need to do a podcast together, guys. Great comment by Alvaro. The Iranian regime is strong only against vulnerable college girls in Tehran. Yeah, literally. Best week of Netanyahu's political career. Bloody hell. No sign of Tulsi. So funny. They're so upset. The Russians are so upset Tulsi wasn't in the room. Beautiful tweet by Logan here. It's funny how some guys only think about blowback going one way. Maybe Iran shouldn't have funded Hamas and Hezbollah leading to October 7th. Maybe they shouldn't have killed all those Americans over the years. Maybe we're the blowback. Literal facts. Following him just for this. Brilliant. Oh, Jackson Hinkle's seething so badly. Jackson Hinkle's like borderline in tears. He might even kill himself. It's actually sad. Hinkle is so upset right now. He's coping very hard. He's trying to pretend nothing happened. Thinks that they're a lot stronger. Thinks that he completely survived. It's just he's coping bad. Do you actually read books, or do you just wear the glass and collect books for optics? Great comment. I like books. I like glasses. Good stuff. No worries, guys. Beautiful stuff. These guys are panicking so badly. Yeah, Jackson Hinkle is literally the inventor of MAGA communism. It looks like MAGA communism's finished, guys. To my fellow Americans, the Iranians are quickly learning why Palantir trades at a beautiful 300 times multiple. Good stuff. Robert Barwick. Squilla is proving what he always denied, that he would have cheerleaded the 2003 invasion of Iraq, resulting in the million dead Iraq. That is such a bullshit lie, Robert. Things are different. Not every single war in the entirety of world history is the exact same as the Iraq war. And honestly, Robbie, how about you come on the show and actually debate me sometime this week? I'd love to actually debate you. Let's do it. Let's properly debate, okay? He just hates the West. Robert Barwick actually hates Australia. He hates the Western world so much. He wants communists and jihadists to win. Sad, very sad. He's part of the LaRouche cult. He replies, "You are the MISR." What is that supposed to mean? The MISR. You are the liar scumbag. You're a LaRoucheist. You're a part of the LaRouche cult. If you're not scared, Robbie, come on and debate me. We'll organize a proper debate this week. If you're not scared. If you're not scared of somebody half your age. You don't debate, shithead. You troll, desperate for clicks to make money. Robert, if you won't debate me, then that's such a sad. I'm literally half your age. I'm half your age, Robbie, and all you can do is just like shitpost and whinge and bitch in my YouTube chat because you're too scared to actually properly debate me. I'm actually offering you the chance to debate me head on, and you won't do it, even though I'm half your age, because you're fucking scared. That's actually very cringe, dude. Very cringe. Who is Robert? He's the head of the Australian Citizens Party, which is a LaRoucheite cult movement. The LaRoucheites believe, they're just massive supporters of Russia and China and Iran, and they just hate the West. So that's Robert Barwick. I've offered him to debate. He won't debate because he's embarrassed and he's scared of somebody who's half his age. Drew, aren't you concerned a little this war could go out of hand and destabilize the region and Iran? It's not going to escalate. It's not going to escalate. Drew, you only want money because you won't debate a real Bassem Kirbyist like myself. We love Bassem Kirbyist. Yeah, Robbie Barwick. I'll show you. Robbie Barwick's very funny. The Australian Citizens Party. Beautiful. How powerful. The Citizens Party. And they're literally LaRoucheites. I'll show you. I'll get up their Wikipedia page. Very funny. He's just seething in my chat. He won't even debate me. He's just seething in my comment section. This is the Australian Citizen Party, a minor political party in Australia affiliated with the International LaRouche movement, founded and originally led by American political activist and conspiracy theorist Lyndon LaRouche. The party has pushed conspiracy theories, including that international action on climate change and indigenous land rights are part of a conscious fraud masterminded by Prince Philip as part of the British royal family's scheme to depopulate the planet. It believes Prince Philip is trying to break up nation states through the Worldwide Fund for Nature and is involved in a racist plot to splinter Australia. We've literally got the LaRouchites in the stream. So Robbie Barwick is the head of the LaRouchites in Australia, in like Melbourne. He's one of their top propagandists. And yeah, look at the Wikipedia. Their ideology: LaRouchism, Sinophilia, anti-Americanism, climate change denial, syncreticism. Beautiful, beautiful. LaRouche movement. So yeah, cult-like by the New York Times. Main goals of the Lyndon LaRouche movement. What are some examples? I'm pretty sure he called AIDS like I think LaRouche called AIDS like a punishment from God for gay people. They're so funny, dude. The LaRouchites are so funny. I would love to debate Robbie Barwick. I'd fucking love it. I'd beg him to come on the show and debate me, but he won't do it because he's fucking scared. I'm literally half his age and he's fucking scared. He's actually, he's gone against me since 2019 when I was literally 20 years old. He probably played a bigger role than most people in making me much, much, much stronger, a pro-West guy. Because even when I was a democratic socialist and very critical of America and stuff like that, he was still insisting that I was like some kind of part of a CIA cult or whatever. And his constant harassing of me and his constant attacks against me, it was part of that broader tanky movement that actually pushed me more in a conservative direction because I realized how fucking nuts these people are. The LaRouche movement has often been considered a far-right movement. And since the 1970s, it's an American fascist anti-Semitic political cult. They really hate Jews, which is funny. What else? What did LaRouche say about AIDS? I wonder if he's still in the chat. Lyndon LaRouche, such a fucking schizo, dude. Such a fucking schizo. This is the guy Robbie Barwick who's attacking me. He's like a cult member of Lyndon LaRouche. I wonder if he actually got to meet Lyndon LaRouche while he was alive. Where's his things on AIDS? It's all the British. What did they want? LaRouche interpreted the AIDS pandemic as a fulfillment of his 1973 prediction that an epidemic would strike humanity in the 1980s. It's so funny. These guys are so fucking schizo. Proposed that AIDS was created in a Soviet laboratory. Lyndon LaRouche believed HIV could be spread by insects. Beautiful. Fucking beautiful. So many fucking weird comments. So many fucking strange comments, Lyndon LaRouche. Such a fucking strange person. In 2002, he attempted to argue that the 9/11 attacks were an inside job, an attempted coup d'etat, and that Iran was the first country to question it. Yeah, they're very pro-Iran. They've always been pro-Iran. Drew gets all his views from Michael Danby, a revisionist Zionist who is an apologist for the fascist Vladimir Jabotinsky. David Ben-Gurion called Jabotinsky Vladimir Hitler. Holy shit. Do you actually think Danby is a Jabotinsky supporter? That's so fucking funny. Like, Danby is a Labour Zionist. He thinks Vladimir Jabotinsky. So, guys, Jabotinsky was like the founder of the Likud. Danby's not a Likudist. Danby is a fucking supporter of like Labour Zionism. So funny. And as you can see, I'm clearly not getting my information from Michael Danby. I'm literally just reading the fucking Wikipedia page of the guy you're a fucking cult member of. Robert, come on the stream and debate me. Please do it. Just come on this week. It'll be good fun. You can stream it live to your channel as well if you want. You can stream it to your channel as well. Come on, man. It'll be good for your cult. Felix from Chapo removed his anti-Semite mask on X. What did he say? What did he say? Felix Chapo. All the most retarded people right now, hey. Felix Biderman. What's his Twitter handle? Felix Biderman. Okay. Oh, biology. Okay. America is Israel and Israel is America. This should be clear by now. Fucking mental. It's a one-party system, and that party's platform is to wipe out as many Muslims, Arab, Africans, and Iranians as possible. Fucking mental. These people are just mentally ill people. Aren't LaRouche a cult version of the Bukharites? Kind of. I think they're their own thing, though. They're their own thing. We've declared to the rest of the world that every Palestinian Gaza and the West Bank, US diplomatic capabilities, the Bill of Rights, potential nuclear catastrophe, and now Iran are all worthwhile sacrifice for the nasty little Jewish mini America that called out of your out. Holy shit, dude. That is actually so anti-Semitic. What's his name again? Felix. Chapo Trap House. Fucking mental cases. Fucking mental cases. Drew, you know that you can't ignore us neo-Kurbagists forever. So true. We love our Kurbagists. Should we go back to LaRouche? I wonder whether Robbie's still in the stream. Is Robbie still in the stream? What did he do for his university studies? Attended Northeastern University in Boston and left in 1942. He later wrote that his teachers lacked the competence to teach me on conditions I was willing to tolerate. Epic. Conscientious objector during World War II. Good on him. Converted him to Trotskyism. Beautiful. Literally established an intelligence network. So mental. Yusuf asked me, who's worse, Robbie Barwick or Bad Empanada? They're pretty fucking bad, both of them. LaRouche began writing in 1973 about the use of certain psychological techniques on recruits. In an article called Beyond Psychoanalysis, he wrote that a worker's persona had to be stripped away to arrive at a state he called Little Me, from which it would be possible to rebuild their personalities around a new social identity. The New York Times wrote that the first such session, which LaRouche called ego stripping, involved a German member. LaRouche said that during the session, he discovered that a plot to assassinate him had been implanted in George's mind. He recorded sessions with a 26-year-old British member, Chris White, who had moved to England with LaRouche's former partner, Carol. LaRouche asked the couple to return to the US. His followers sent tapes of the subsequent sessions with White to the New York Times, evidence of an assassination plot. According to the Times, there are sounds of weeping and vomiting on the tapes, and Mr. White complains of being deprived of sleep, food, and cigarettes. At one point, someone says raise the voltage, but LaRouche says this was associated with the bright lights used in the questioning rather than an electric shock. Holy fuck, dude. I'm scared what Robbie Barwick's up to in his fucking bunker in Melbourne. Holy shit, dude. That's mental. The Times wrote, Mr. White complains of a terrible pain in his arm. Then LaRouche can be heard saying, that's not real, that's in the program. LaRouche told the newspaper White had been reduced to an 8-cycle infinite loop with lookup table with homosexual bestiality. He said White had not been harmed, that a physician had been present throughout. White ended up telling LaRouche he had been programmed by the CIA and British intelligence to set up LaRouche for an assassination by Cuban exile frogmen. Fucking mental, dude. Okay, somebody sent me something on the... Somebody in my Discord sent me something. Hang on. On the LaRouchians. How fucking funny the LaRouchians. Holy shit. Where is this? Where'd you send it to me? Wait, where did you guys send it? Streaming commentary. Oh, okay, somebody sent this. Yeah, this is a good video to play on. Hang on, I've got the timestamp. Great comment by Don Pedro. Notice that Western leftoids never made any of this noise when Bosniaks and Albanians were being literally marched into mass graves 30 years ago. Also notice that there was never any attempt to collectively blame and criminalize Serbs, although the crimes of the Serb regime were much worse and intentional than anything Israel has ever done, as you now see with Israelis. I wonder what makes Israelis so detestable to these people. Absolutely. It's just literally because of... they hate the Jews, of course. Trotskyism has some really unhinged branches. Jay Posadas and his group. Oh my God, dude. How good are the Posadists? You guys know about the Posadists? They believe that a nuclear war was necessary to bring about like global communist revolution. Positivism is so fucking funny. So fucking funny. Somebody said the audio's not working? Are you sure the audio is not working? Thank you, Troppo Fellow, for sending me this. Yeah, I think probably this stream I might end a little bit soon, but I might stream again later today. It's been a very long stream today. Averaging 50 people over 4 hours, which is really good. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much for that. I'm really happy with that. It's good. The stream's really growing. Beautiful. Silent for the YouTube. Why is that? Are you sure? Wait, why is it not working? Hang on. Let me try again.
In order to British, but the core of it has remained consistent enough that I can summarize it.
Can you hear it now, guys?
Somewhat. So, get ready. The British royal family and a small cadre of English Fabian socialists, in conjunction with the Rockefellers and the Rothschilds, are engaged in a conspiracy to greatly reduce the population of the human race in order to head off a Malthusian catastrophe. A catastrophe that could easily be avoided by simply building a massive amount of nuclear power plants and a number of massive superhighways and bridges to connect.
I wonder if Barwick is still following, if he's still watching. I wonder what he thinks about this whole plot about the British royal family. Does he still believe this shit?
All of the world's continents. But doing that would cut into the conspiracy's profits. So the British royal family invented environmentalism and neoliberalism in order to hide the truth. And in order to further reduce the population, the British royal family is also the world's foremost drug trafficking conspiracy. And it uses its control of the IMF to push austerity in order to kill as many people in the global south as possible. And also, Henry Kissinger is a gay KGB agent.
Fact check.
All right, we got it. That makes sense.
That's so
great.
true.
Maybe some of that sounded reasonable to you. Well, that's how they get you. Because the LaRouche movement is...
Yes, the tanky types really seeded with the fact that the Serbians had to face consequences for their actions. Yes, very true, Peter.
is really a cult, not a political party. It hooks in idealistic young people who like one aspect of the movement, indoctrinates them in the whole insane complex, and makes them work incredibly long hours for free, calling people up and begging them for donations. And so LaRouche used all the money he got from the phone call operation and used it every 4 years to run for president.
Mondale is not simply a KGB agent in the ordinary sense, of course. Mondale is jointly owned by the left wing of the Socialist International and the grain cartel interests.
Genius.
If both these owners tell Mondale to lick the floor before a nationwide TV audience, I sincerely believe he would do just that.
Watch Lyndon LaRouche, independent Democrat for president.
Those campaigns brought him to national prominence. And so LaRouche was brought onto mainstream media to explain himself, with hilarious results.
He's run for president 3 times, twice as a Democrat. Each time he's lost overwhelmingly. But he's not deterred by that.
The Democratic National Committee responded with a 50-state alert aimed at preventing more nominations of LaRouche-backed candidates pretending to be regular Democrats. The LaRouchians, calling themselves the National Democratic Policy Committee, claim to have 800 candidates running in primaries around the country this year.
What are you trying to do? You're running hundreds of candidates all over the country. What is your short-term goal?
I'm concerned with 2 things. I'm concerned with the collapse of Western civilization.
Were you ever a Marxist in your own opinion, ever?
I don't know.
Yes or no?
I don't know.
Mr. LaRouche, I want to quote you back to yourself. This is something I read on your stationery, written by you. Quote, according to authoritative sources, Henry A. Kissinger, that's our former Secretary of State, is not a Jew, but a He is of the species some psychopathologists describe as an extreme anal variety of sadomasochistic personality.
Mental.
Has any psychopathologist ever suggested to you that you ought to be locked up?
And the rest of it because you think a Soviet attack against Germany is imminent.
Is sufficiently imminent that we have to assume it might occur at any time.
LaRouche says that the Israeli intelligence service is behind all terrorism. Do you believe that?
You say the B'nai B'rith
Hey, that's Pat Buchanan.
founded the Ku Klux Klan.
Is that Buchanan?
No.
You had signs this morning saying NBC killed Olof Palme of Sweden. What the hell does that mean?
With us to discuss the 1988 presidential campaign is political nutcase Lyndon LaRouche. Hi, Lyndon.
In America, LaRouche became something of a joke.
Bush, a former member of the Satanic Trilateral Commission, is a known co-conspirator of the homosexual child molester Henry Kissinger.
Bioduplication, nude.
That's so fucking funny. Does anybody have a link to the Buchanan LaRouche thing? I'm trying to look it up. That'd be so interesting to watch Pat Buchanan interview fucking Lyndon LaRouche. I'd love to watch that. I'm trying to search for it right now, but I can't find it. If anybody watching the stream can find that, I'd fucking love that. Thank you.
Trilateral Commission.
Political nutcase Lyndon.
So funny.
With us to discuss the 1988 presidential campaign is political nutcase Lyndon LaRouche. Hi, Lyndon.
He's so fucking funny. I love the LaRouche memes, guys. Yeah, if anybody has a link to the Buchanan LaRouche thing, I'd love to watch that if somebody can send that.
In America, LaRouche became something of a joke.
Bush, a former member of the Satanic Trilateral Commission, is a known co-conspirator of the homosexual child molester Henry Kissinger.
Bioduplication, nude conspiracies.
So funny.
Oh my God, Lyndon LaRouche was right.
But around the world, he was building another source of power.
Amazing.
LaRouche reinvented himself as an intelligence dealer, publishing a weekly magazine that used his intelligence connections to publish stories about what was really going on in the world. And he had real connections. By the early 80s, he was taking meetings with the CIA, but he was also being investigated by the FBI. And it didn't take long for the FBI to discover that the LaRouche organization was making fraudulent charges with people's credit card numbers.
Amazing stuff.
Federal agents found what they wanted yesterday in a raid on the headquarters of political extremist Lyndon LaRouche.
Now that LaRouche could no longer live in America, he moved to Germany to live with his second wife, Helga
Oh, someone
Zepfel,
found it. Thank you.
where he formed a new organization called the Schiller Institute. and formed
Well, it's
connections in
too-
various European countries, including Russia, a country he had previously been trying to get nuked.
The Russians are irrationalists. They're racists. They're Russian racists. Great Russian racists. If you don't believe it, ask a Ukrainian.
He continued publishing his intelligence magazine in Europe, and he picked up a few new writers,
Matt, can you send me the link on Discord?
the most important of which is F. William Engdahl.
Well, William Engdahl's on the line. He's a geopolitical analyst, author of Myths, Lies, and Oil Wars.
The Greek crisis was programmed to be detonated at command by Wall Street and the U.S. Treasury, as well as the Federal Reserve, in order to defend the reserve currency role of the U.S. dollar.
You probably haven't heard of William Engdahl, but you might have heard of some of the conspiracy theories he's invented. For instance,
Matt, can you join my Discord and send it to me on Discord, please? I'd love to watch it. Thank you.
it's the theory that Bill Gates is trying to sterilize the human race using vaccines. William Engdahl invented that theory in 2009. But that's not his most important theory. In the 90s, EIR started focusing on a Jewish hedge fund manager named George Soros.
They invented the
This
Soros
culminated
shit.
in a
Crazy.
feature by Engdahl about how Soros was secretly using a small network of NGOs to overthrow.
Drew, did Chomsky know that the Bosnians killed in Srebrenica were Muslims like the Palestinians, or does he only care if Muslims are killed by Americans and Israelis? Yeah, of course. They only care if it's America and the West that can be blamed. Isn't it crazy? He's literally supported the massacre of Bosnian Muslims. These guys say Buchanan was the founding head of only criticizing the US and Israel and shilling for acts of evil regimes. Yeah, absolutely. That's why I really want to watch him. I really want to watch his thing with LaRouche if somebody can find it. Olaf Palm was quite pro-Palestinian and wanted dialogue between the USA and the Soviet Union, but they hated Olaf Palm. Yeah, it's very strange. Has Andrew Tate commented? Actually, great question. We the world needs to. Where should I put the link in Discord? Yeah, just put it in the Discord. If you can just put it on the general. Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
Governments on behalf of the Rothschilds, and that through these NGOs, he had caused all the revolutions of 1989 that had overthrown the communist states of Eastern Europe. He did this allegedly in order to introduce shock therapy and destroy them. This theory didn't make much of a splash at the time, and would have been forgotten if not for a movement developing on the American left. Because one small subsection of the left, for reasons that are too complicated to get into here, had become obsessed with proving the innocence of Serbian dictator Slobodan Milosevic. And this section of the left was naturally caught off guard when, after a ham-handed attempt at rigging the 2000
Matt. Thanks so much for
election,
putting in the general
Milosevic
on
decided
Discord.
to
I'm gonna
step
try
down in the
find it,
face of massive protests. After which he was
Oh my
immediately
God,
handed
beautiful.
over to the Hague for
Literally got-
prosecution,
literally
an
got
outcome
Buchanan
even
on-
his
oh my God,
opponents
it's
in the
amazing.
West had completely
I've
given
never
up
seen
on.
this before.
So
Buchanan,
this section of the
LaRouche.
left was naturally
Let's watch a
distraught
little bit
and
of it.
latched onto the theory created by the LaRouche movement that
Let's watch a little bit of it. I've never seen this before. I love it. They were on Crossfire. Amazing.
From Washington, Crossfire.
Wow, this is
Who
amazing.
is Lyndon LaRouche, and why is he running for president?
Wow.
The host for Crossfire, on the left, Tom Braden. On the right, Pat Buchanan. In the Crossfire, presidential
Wow.
candidate Lyndon LaRouche.
This is
Welcome to
amazing.
Crossfire. Tonight's guest is a self-proclaimed candidate for the Democratic nomination who has apparently qualified for federal.
I agree with Yusuf that Milosevic was like Hitler.
Matching funds. In 1980, he won 200,000 votes or thereabouts in the Democratic primaries. He heads up the National Caucus of Labor Committees, which, according to one source, moved from the extreme left of the political spectrum during the Columbia University riots of 1968 to the far right. His publications revile Henry Kissinger, among others, in the crudest personal terms. According to the Liberal New Republic, our guest tonight is the leader of a quasi-religious cult, a conspiracy monger, and a patent anti-Semite. We shall see. Tom?
Mr. LaRouche, I want to quote you back to yourself. This is something I read on your stationery, written by you. Quote, according to authoritative sources, Henry A. Kissinger, that's our former Secretary of State, is not a Jew, but a faggot. One does not need to catch
Holy
Henry in
shit.
flagrante in the Carlisle Hotel or with a Romanian waiter in Acapulco. He is of the species some psychopathologist.
Look at LaRouche smirking as well. It's so fucking funny. Tom was an actual CIA guy too. He was probably making LaRouche super schizo. Are you talking about Tom Braden? Was he? This is interesting. I want to read about this now. Amazing. I was a CIA official. Okay, interesting. Amazing. Amazing.
An extreme anal variety of masochistic personality. Now, on the subject of psychopathologists, has any psychopathologist ever suggested to you that you ought to be locked up?
Well, what's that got to do with anything?
A lot to do with it. That's our Secretary of State.
Well,
That's one of the leading men in America.
That's our misfortune.
He also happens to be a close friend of mine. For you to say something like this suggests to me that you ought to see a psychopathologist, and I think a psychopathologist would suggest that you be locked up.
Amazing.
You consider the fact that everything said in that statement is true.
Wrong do you say this?
Who are the authoritative sources?
I am one of the authoritative sources. I mean,
What evidence do you have?
I'm one of the authoritative sources. Fuck is funny.
I run an international weekly news magazine. We run about 1,000 people working around the world in various capacities in that connection. Now, what I know about Henry Kissinger is developed from sources that know him very well and for our own direct investigations. Henry Kissinger is still screaming about the effectiveness on which we got on the inside of his entire scheduling operation as a matter of our investigation.
Was that how you got the young lady to insult him and his wife?
He wasn't insulted. The point is, Henry was walking to the airport.
Now, let's get that so the audience will know what we're talking about. This is where some woman walked up to Henry Kissinger when he was headed for his bypass operation and called him a fag or something.
No.
So the LaRouchians got one of their cult members to call Henry Kissinger a fag at the airport. What the fuck, man? This is just so mental.
Well, it didn't happen.
She said you sleep with young boys at the Carlisle Hotel. That's what she said.
Tom, you got it wrong. You know what happened? Or don't you?
Well, I heard it from Mrs. Kissinger.
Well, Mrs.
Glenn Greenwald and Baston Kurbich inherited this legacy.
Kissinger's not a
Someone said, I can't believe this was on CNN. This was a fucking amazing program, honestly. Crossfire. Great program.
reliable woman. You want to know what happened to Dozier?
All right, now you're a reliable man. We'll
Okay, fine. Henry Kissinger was walking to the airport, and some people were associated with me. We're at their usual stand at the airport. They said, Henry Kissinger. And so this young woman walked up to Henry and said, Mr. Kissinger, may I ask you 2 questions? And she asked him about the current thing that Westmoreland was having troubles at that point, the questions of the Vietnam thing. And asked him if he cared to say anything about that. And he said, no. Didn't want to become involved. He said, well, Mr. Kissinger, may I ask you another question? Is it true that you have been involved with young boys at the Carlisle Hotel? That was not an insult. That was a straight journalistic question on a matter of fact, which there's been some discussion from highly reliable witnesses.
Well, this looks
Amazing.
highly reliable witnesses. Henry Kissinger doesn't have. I'm not a supporter of Henry Kissinger. He doesn't have enough time to sue you for putting this type of material out there. Why? Let me ask you. Why do you put that kind of material, sort of bristling with hatred and revilement, into a publication? Why don't you just criticize his foreign policy?
On the question of Henry Kissinger, first of all, everything in there is true. True.
So schizo.
Mr. LaRouche, I hope you have a lot of that money that you're raising from all your various organizations handy, because if I were Henry Kissinger, I would sue you and try to take it all. But let me ask you this one. Here's another statement of yours. David Rockefeller, Averell Harriman, and Henry Kissinger are all agents of the British intelligence service, spreading drug addiction, global famine, and the bubonic plague.
Well, you have to do it. You're taking something out of it. Wait a minute, Tom. Hold it on.
I can't believe we've still got LaRouche rights in Australia and they take the time to fucking comment on my YouTube stream.
No, come on, don't get so excited. This is written in connection with the question of the drug policy and the fight we had on drug policy. And there are people involved, and we're having the problem with the British. We've always had it on this drug question. We had it in the League of Nations. We could never get them to agree to a drug policy. They've got certain financial interests over there, which going back to the days of the China opium trade, who are still directly or indirectly involved in the drug trade.
He's saying the China opium trade is still going on. Fucking mental.
Directly through corporate.
Is the Queen of England involved?
In a sense, the responsibility.
The Queen of England.
Is not what most people think. Britain is not really a parliamentary democracy. It has a parliamentary democracy underneath, but it's a monarchy.
Amazing disinfo. Run magazine. Get random person to run up to someone and call them a name. Source that out versus a true statement. Yeah, literally.
Some facts on this
In the sense that the royal family controls the policy of England on these matters.
Okay, on the drug matters. Let me ask you about.
Bubonic
All right, let me ask you about some
plague,
specific. They said you're a patent anti-Zionist. I'm sure. Anti-Semite. Hold it. And did you say that Zionist circles funded the American Nazi Party, and that you say the B'nai B'rith founded the Ku Klux Klan?
Oh my God!
Did you make any of those charges?
Taken out of context. First of all,
out of context?
Totally out of context. I mean, distorted. Let's go through one by one. Take one. Number one.
The Klan, the B'nai B'rith's connection to the Klan.
That actually, it was not the B'nai B'rith as such, but a member of the B'nai B'rith, a member of the Baruch family.
Family?
That's right. Together with, what's his name, who was from London, the former head.
Is LaRouche just the 1970s Haxon Jinkle? Yeah, good question. Although I think Jackson Hinkle has a bit more reach with the youth.
Head of the Confederacy, the Secretary of the Confederacy.
I know, Peter. Lol, the bubonic plague shit. It's so funny.
And some third party founded the Ku Klux Klan in 1867. Simple matter of fact. And that in a recent period, now you know that the.
But are you suggesting that Jews?
Yeah, I think Hinkle actually does have some kind of relationship with the LaRoucheites, which is interesting.
Today support the
that's the crap. Absolute nonsense.
Well, you're suggesting that a Jew, after he was instrumental in founding Klan. I mean, I don't know that he was, but that wouldn't be very big news.
No.
Let me ask you this: what about the American Nazi Party?
Judah P. Benjamin, the Secretary of the Treasury for the Confederacy, one of the most brilliant men who ever lived.
Well, he was a traitor of the United States.
Well, so was Robert E. Lee.
No, Robert E. Lee was not a traitor of the United States. None of the way.
All right, well, let's go along.
He's defending Robert E. Lee at the same time. Beautiful.
Founded or funded the American Nazi Party, which is a fairly recent vintage.
No, there was a much more specific reference. His name, what's his name? The other freedman who's associated with one of the soap companies used to go down with Lincoln Rockwell and used to lay money out of a bag. Now, what happened? The ADL would defend itself on this thing. What they did is
Hinkle's a weird case. I watched him when he had an AOC poster in his background. I didn't even know he had that. Amazing.
they told Lincoln Rockwell that they would buy subscriptions to what is Thunderbolt, whatever it was called, and if he would circulate them around Miami. And then some of the ADL fellows went in there and raised a lot of money. So from the standpoint of people, some of the fellows...
The Anti-Defamation League?
Sure.
Wanted Lincoln Rockwell to circulate the anti-Semitic paper in Miami?
Oh, sure.
Why? Why?
To alert Miami to the Nazi danger.
Can I get back for just a minute to David Rockefeller and Averill Harriman being agents of the British intelligence service? Are they paid?
No.
They're not paid. So they just do it out of their own good heart. They lay.
Well, the British term for this is called agent of influence.
All right, agent of influence. Now, why do they spread drugs?
You've seen his videos when he was a Bernie bro and running for office in California, right? Yeah, no, I've seen that. I just didn't know that he was so recently a fan of AOC. What year was that? Amazing stuff. Wow.
Addiction, global famine.
Picked up the trash of the beach.
Plague.
We're talking about the terms of the policies they're supporting.
Bubonic
Now,
plague?
don't
We haven't had the bubonic plague since Algiers.
We're about to have it. We're talking about.
He's saying the bubonic plague's about to come back.
Policies being applied in Africa in particular, which these fellows are supporting. Now, you've got to distinguish between Averill Harriman and David Rockefeller. I don't think David Rockefeller is bright enough to be responsible for half the things he's accused of, but he's the figurehead of a certain interest. And
what is the long-term objective of all this interest?
What?
Well, the Harriman and Rockefeller and Kissinger?
You know the families up there, the establishment families.
I know who they are.
All right, fine. The establishment families have certain policies. These policies have consequences. They don't care what the consequences are in some cases.
Well, what do they want to do?
In this connection or in general?
What do they want to do?
They want to spread the bubonic plague, Pat. Mr. LaRouche says so.
Look, I think we've got a lot of time here. What exactly do Harriman and Rockefeller want to do to the United States?
Distinguish the two things. Take Harriman. Harriman in particular, or his wife, Pamela Churchill Harriman, are committed to an organization called Project 1987. Project 1987 stated objective is to break up the Constitution.
What is this obsession with the contagious diseases? Yeah, it's a very weird thing the LaRoucheites focus on.
The United States and transform the United States into a parliamentary democracy on the British model. That's the policy.
They want to make America Westminster a democracy.
Well, that's among their objectives.
Suppose it were.
All right, let's take
Howard K. Smith's in favor of that, as far as I know.
Well, that's wrong. That's wrong.
I mean, if they're going to do it, they're going to do it constitutionally.
Wait, now, the other thing, Harriman in particular, which David is not, Lawrence may know this stuff, but David, I don't think
This
knows.
is so entertaining.
But Harriman himself, I don't know how much he still knows. He's remarkable.
93 years old.
All right, fine. But in 1932, Harriman's family was among those who, at a meeting in New York City, endorsed Adolf Hitler for power in Germany on the grounds of their admiration for his racial hygiene policies.
So mental.
Now, Harriman may have, after 1938, distanced himself from from Hitler and from Mussolini. But nonetheless, Harriman in the post-war period, in the kinds of philosophy, the kinds of policies he supported.
Mr. LaRouche, for you to make statements like this, just let me tell you that it seems to me shocking that we're putting you on television to make these charges. And I have always been a checker of the little box on the card where you're on the income tax, a dollar checkoff. I've always been one. You know what? I'm not going to do it anymore. I don't want to pay for you to run for president of the United States.
Well, I'm sorry if you're upset about Henry Kissinger.
Okay, our guest is Lyndon LaRouche, who's a candidate for the Democratic nomination. Tom and I will be
This is
back
so
after the
entertaining.
news.
Holy shit. So entertaining.
Crossfire, where Buchanan and I are interrogating Mr. Lyndon LaRouche, Democratic candidate, candidate for the Democratic nomination as President of the United States. Mr. LaRouche, you once said, the most powerful adversaries of humanity plot my destruction. And I suppose that's the reason you have all these bodyguards out here in the studio. But what is it that you advocate? What is it that you are running for on your presidential campaign, which would make the powerful adversaries of humanity plot your destruction?
Well, first of all, the issue is we're in a strategic crisis, which is far worse than that of 1961 and 63.
Military?
Well, strategic, with military and everything else thrown in. That is, we are on the edge of things like the Berlin crisis, like the Cuba crisis, but more acute in their implications.
Why would the Soviets move exactly now?
Well, first, for several reasons. First of all, it's an election year, which is, they believe that the political circumstances in the United States are such that if they're going to get a back down from the United States, this is the best time to do it.
Why would they do it with Reagan when he's as strong as he is? And if they can...
Good comment. LaRouche tried to make Buchanan look sane. Yeah, literally.
Not Reagan right now. The natural tendency of the American people is to support a president in crisis.
They're playing a very careful game, but nonetheless they're proceeding on it. They don't think that Mondale will make it.
Where will the crisis come?
The crisis is coming all over the place. For example, take Germany. In Germany, we have Soviet troops based, 3 brigades of East German troops, 3 brigades of Soviet troops.
Are you suggesting they're going to come across in a conventional offensive?
More than conventional offensive. Grechko doctrine assault into Germany north of the Elbe on the assumption that we won't do anything.
When will that come?
We don't know. That's the potential. That's there. That's one point.
Soon or in the distance?
This is one of the things before us.
What should be done to counter it?
Our overall strategic capability.
Something about social media has to do with Haxon and Hassan's success instead of LaRouche having a stronghold among old men yelling at clouds. Yeah.
Is inadequate to cope with that, to convince the Soviets they have to.
Well, a lot of us all know that right now. Those things can't be turned around in weeks.
They can't. Some of them can't. We have certain areas of gaping holes in our defense capability. For example, we could produce Patriot missiles on an assembly line basis instead of business as usual. We could get Rolands put up. We should have as many as possible. We must have the neutron bomb in Germany at all costs.
You're talking about surface-to-air, surface-to-ground weapons, neutron weapons, and the rest of it because you think the Soviet attack against Germany is imminent.
It's sufficiently imminent that we have to assume it might occur at any time.
Why would they do that when things are going so well for them?
Well, the point is, there's an operation in Germany East Germany called Operation Polaka, 1977. The profile was, the assumption is they're not...
Is this a military operation they conduct exercises?
Right, it was a secret exercise. And
do you think this would be the prelude to an attack? Not the prelude. This is training.
This is the model on which a certain capability was developed on the basis of this exercise. The troops which were trained for a very specific deployment have been put in place. That means the threat has been placed. Then we have Soviet asset Syria, Soviet asset Iran. We have the possibility the Cold government might fall even this week or perhaps next month.
All right, but look,
Isn't it true, Mr. LaRouche, that you said that the National Broadcasting Company was interviewing you or trying to interview you or you were doing a show for them, that they were KGB agents in there?
But there is a national security angle in the NBC operation.
The KGB?
The KGB are in the NBC.
Get spies in
no, not right now.
Isn't this, Mr. LaRouche, look, First Camera, their 60-minute show, First Camera, is apparently doing an investigative story on you. Is that not true?
Yeah, a lot of people are.
All right, well, they're
not doing investigation.
Is that why you're hassling them?
No. The point is, they're working with the drug lobby and have admitted it.
NBC's working with the drug
lobby? That's right. Chip Roulette is drug lobby. Chip Roulette of Chicago. He's drug lobby. High Times.
High Times, I know that.
All right, that's Chip Roulette. That's his network. Dennis King, also drug lobby.
What are they doing with being an NBC?
Yes, absolutely.
Well, what's the connection between drug lobby and NBC?
This is just a dirty trick. You know what NBC?
They're pulling a dirty trick on you. Why would NBC want to get Lyndon LaRouche?
Not NBC, but who owns NBC? Who controls it?
RCA? Why would they want
RCA. How about George Bundy's crowd?
Well, George Bundy got known in the
How was George Bundy's crowd?
Ford Foundation?
The families, Bundy, William Bundy, George Bundy.
Iran's launching ballistic missiles right now. Fucking hell, really?
The family, to the Bundy family. The old man was
Lyndon LaRouche lived a bit too early. He would have been thriving in the era of TikTok and brain rot. Yeah, literally.
Family, the Cabot family, the Forbes family, the Higginson family, the families.
Why are the families after you?
Well, there's a real difference on this. Bundy and I have been having a fight since 1968.
How did Bundy get control of NBC?
Well, no, it's not NBC. NBC is a channel through which Bundy can get certain favors done. Just like the New York Times is a channel.
Bundy has ordered NBC to get you?
No, it's Bundy's crowd. Look, take it simple. First of all, you've got the drug lobbies involved. You say, now who's putting the drug lobby involved? According to Pat Lynch, the FBI is involved.
Pat Lynch?
Pat Lynch is the operator for First Camera who's doing the thing. She's working with Brian Ross, who's working on the other side of the track. She and Brian
so schizo, I love it. I love the fucking retarded Buchanan stuff. The retarded LaRouche stuff with Buchanan. Okay, so Iran is launching missiles, so we'll watch CNN live. YouTube. We'll watch the news live as the missiles. Apparently that's happening now. Oh, Richard Medhurst.
I don't think anyone was really worried about structural damage. It's really about radioactivity and other contamination from... Because again, all of these sites actually serve different functions, but they've done enrichment at all of...
He really looks like a rat, doesn't he? He looks like a rat. Communist.
This is what Trump says. So this is going to cause Iranian leaders to be much more cautious about these type of claims, because just 2 weeks ago,
will never be allowed to acquire a nuclear weapon. But President Trump is the only one who authorized military strikes to prevent that. And this is a very consequential decision. It will reshape America's...
The thing about the Soviets was funny. My reading is that they were actually very scared of NATO. The Z Patriots are more psycho than the Soviets were. Maybe because NATO is less scary, maybe not. Yeah, interesting.
regional posture. It will reset our deterrence equation in the region. And I think that it has very significant implications for U.S., how the U.S. is viewed in the world as well.
One of the things that Donald Trump said in his statement is that now is the time for peace. He's hoping that this will be the moment where, this back and forth, the tit-for-tat attacks that we've been seeing between Israel and Iran, for that to end, and for, all sides to sort of end this becoming some kind of prolonged war of attrition. But is there concern that this could spill out into a greater conflict in the region?
Well, there are always risks when the U.S. undertakes military action. There's also risks with endless diplomacy. And President Trump lost patience with the diplomatic process as the Iranians did not take his offers seriously. They consistently rejected them. They stalled, and they were using delay tactics. And it's not just President Trump who the Iranians have repudiated diplomatically. They also repudiated President Biden diplomatically in his offers to revive the JCPOA. So this strike was a long time coming, and the Iranians badly miscalculated. They knew the United States has the capability to destroy its nuclear program, but they've always doubted that the U.S. had the will to do so. If you listen closely to Iranian officials over the years, they have always doubted that the military option was real. But President Trump tonight demonstrated that it was real.
They're not going to escalate the total war with America.
And
That would be
that's
like
very
the
important.
regime. They don't have that power. They don't have the ability to escalate like
Throughout the
They're
course of
halfway-
the
they've-
last
they've
week
run
since
out-
Israel
they've
launched
lost about half
its
of their
strikes
ballistic
on
missiles.
Iran, we have been hearing
And they don't
from
have
the
air defense.
Israelis that
They don't
they
even
have
have
struck
control over their own
Natanz, for
capital.
example, and Isfahan at a different time. We heard that they had done that. Talk us through why Fordo was so significant and why it needed American intervention.
Fordo was very significant because it was buried in a
4 hours
mountain,
and 20
and
minutes.
the
I
United
might end the
States
stream
developed
now,
the bomb, the massive ordnance
take a short
penetrator,
break.
to
In a
pierce
couple
that
hours,
mountain and
maybe I'll
destroy the
start
nuclear
streaming again
facility.
tonight,
And
Australian
so that
time,
is why
based on how things
Fordo.
are going. But I might need to take a bit of a break.
Will you join us live in Jerusalem, where we are seeing the first incoming missiles
Actually, I'll wait a bit. I'll wait a
fired
bit.
from Iran
Missiles are coming in.
since
Okay.
the US attacks overnight on Iranian nuclear bases. These are the first missiles actually in almost
Wow.
30 hours. So it has been an unexpected
Wow,
period
you
of
can actually
calm
watch them live.
compared to events over the last 8 or 9 days. But following the attacks by the United States overnight on 3 nuclear facilities.
Guys,
in
I
Iran,
need to go to the
this is
bathroom
the
quickly.
first
I'll leave the
response from
stream
Iran.
running while I go to the bathroom.
I've seen, I think,
I'll leave the stream
3
while I'm in the
go
bathroom.
over
So
our
give me
heads,
5 minutes.
probably towards the Tel Aviv, possibly the Haifa region. And no sirens have yet sounded here in Jerusalem. And I have not heard the thump of interceptions, although there is a sort of puff of cloud above Jerusalem to suggest that there was an attempted interception close to here. But at the moment, I can see just the 3 trails of missiles that have been fired from Iran. Now, we have experienced daily ballistic missile attacks ever since Israel first launched strikes on Iran. There was a boom there, either an interception or an impact. We've seen daily ballistic missile attacks, sometimes multiple waves every day, but they have been decreasing. If I just pause, you might be able to hear the rumble of interceptions. So,
Alistair, as you're watching and waiting those missiles, I just want to bring an IDF statement that we received a short while ago, which basically says that the IDF had identified missiles launched from Iran towards the territory of Israel, and that defensive systems are operating to intercept that threat, urging people to make their way to protected spaces and shelters. We know that the 2 countries, Israel and Iran, have been exchanging these missile strikes for a number of days now, more than a week. Can this be seen as a retaliation to the US's actions, or do you think this is the ongoing conflict between these two, the Israelis and the Iranians?
Well, I mean, it's both, isn't it? I mean, it of course is an attack on Israel because Israel has been carrying out wave after wave of attacks on Iran over the last 8 or 9 days. Hence why we've been seeing these daily missile barrages. But I think we'd also have to assume that it is the first reaction to what the Americans did overnight. Now, look, that's a red alert, which means the sirens will probably sound in this area quite soon. Oh, there's a, can you see the trail of a ballistic missile there? Again, that looks to me as though it's heading towards possibly the Haifa or Tel Aviv region, where at the moment it looks like the majority of sirens are sounding around the Haifa and Tel Aviv regions along the Israeli Mediterranean coast. Another one as well. Oh, I can see quite a few there now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Interception sky above us, 7, 8. So that is a 9 now. So I think we're well into double figures of missiles fired. Now, in recent days, the waves have often been 20, 25 missiles fired from Iran towards Israel, and it looks like it might be a similar figure now. Clearly not all at once. I can hear sirens in the distance and now all around us as well. Okay, so
Ali,
sirens sounding in Jerusalem, which doesn't necessarily indicate that Jerusalem is the target of these strikes. The sirens also sound when interceptions are above the city because the risk of falling debris is very, very great. When the ballistic missiles are intercepted quite high up in the sky, of course, the debris field can cover a very wide area. I'm seeing another trail of a missile there going through the smoke of previous missiles. Still, I would say, all heading towards, broadly speaking, the Tel Aviv region. And we'll hear shortly, inevitably, the thud and rumble of interceptions.
Ali, we're going to let you go so you can reach some shelter, you and the team. Alistair Bunkle there reporting from Jerusalem. As you can hear, those air raid sirens ringing out and explosions in the sky above Jerusalem there. We are also getting reports of some missiles being intercepted in over Tel Aviv too. So these are the first wave of strikes from the Iranians towards Israel since the US launched its own strikes on 3 nuclear sites in Iran. So the latest there from Jerusalem with Alistair Bunkle as he watched those missiles overhead, and we heard those air raid sirens, which have now begun to subside. The IDF, the Israeli military, did say that they had identified missiles launched from Iran towards the territory of the state of Israel, and that defensive systems are operating to intercept that threat. We do know, of course, the Israelis do have the Iron Dome air defenses, and they have proved very effective over the past week or so as those missiles have been launched from Iran towards Israel. The IDF go on to say that upon receiving the alert, the public is instructed to enter a protected space and remain there until further notice. Leaving the protected space is only permitted following an explicit directive from the Israeli military. So at the moment,
sorry guys, I had to quickly go to the bathroom. Sorry, I've been streaming for almost 4.5 hours. It's actually been like my longest stream ever.
While they await this latest wave of strikes from Iran towards the state of Israel. we will, of course, keep a close eye
We got a guy
on
from,
any further
Peru.
developments following that
Nathan
wave
Ensign.
of
We've got a very
strikes
international
and bring
Thank
that
you,
to you as soon as we have it. Well, earlier I did speak to Sean Rostker, a research analyst at the Center for Arms Control and Non-Proliferation.
I'd say the choice of targets, Fordow, Natanz, and Isfahan, it sends a clear message, but it doesn't fundamentally.
Let's see what Hassan's saying. Oh, he's ended it. Okay, he ended his stream. What about Nick Fuentes? Oh, that's ended. Oh, everyone's ended. Everyone's ended. Okay. We're still going, but everyone else has ended. They've ended their streams. Just tune back in. Surprise, you're still streaming. Anyway, CNN was saying over 20 ballistic missiles inbound towards Haifa, Tel Aviv. Yeah, listen, still streaming. Still streaming. Crazy timeline. Let's see what the latest is. The most vindicated man on earth, North Korea is right about everything. The West is sold out to Israel. Either you build nukes or they bomb you to smithereens and humiliate you with US Army bases. Soon Tehran will have a red light district for American soldiers. Oh my God, dude. Shahzadeh. I love Shah, but he's crashing out. He's crashing out. I agree with Makita here. I don't know why people are acting hysterical about nuclear sites being bombed. You're acting like Trump just nuked Tehran or something. I doubt anyone even died in these attacks. Iran probably evacuated all their personnel in advance. It's hysteria. Yep. Fact check true. That is actually fact check true. Haifa got hit. Okay, let's see. Haifa. Let's see. Okay, Haifa's just been hit. Right, Haifa just got hit. I'll share that. They've hit Haifa. Haifa. Yeah, I said Haifa. It's Haifa. That's the best they can do. They lose their top nuclear reactors and they can just only respond with random indiscriminate rocket fire on Haifa. Tel Aviv 98% destroyed. Good post by Kylie. So massive missile alerts across all of Israel. 1 second, guys. Thanks everyone who's still watching. Please remember to leave a like on the stream. Con, you're still streaming. Donald Trump and Netanyahu says that now is the time to negotiate for peace, but how can we ever trust people like Bibi and Trump to keep to their peace agreement? Listen, you can't trust the Iranian regime either. For relations probably touring forward on nuclear. I wonder if Iran's remaining leadership still thinks it was a good idea to greenlight and fund train Hamas Sinwar's plan for a final assault on Israel. Yeah, fucking idiots. This is pretty funny. Working on a theory that US intervention in the Middle East is correlated to 11-year solar cycle of sunspot activity, Iran hostage crisis, Desert Storm, Afghanistan, Iraq, Libya, Syria, Iran. Genius. Joe, I just wanted to say that you are a light in the darkness of many stupid people. Thank you, Gavin. Very nice of you. Thank you, man. Someone's talking. Someone in the chat said big strikes on Tel Aviv. Let's see. Okay, Tel Aviv. We're watching it live. Let's see. Western hegemony enjoyer. Iran was intimately tied to October 7th because Hamas is their proxy. Such quote by Jackson Hinkle, just cheering on bombing of Tel Aviv, just random indiscriminate rocket attacks. Let's see. Get your Israeli mate on, see if his internet's still working. Sure, I'll try. Literally the biggest nothing burger in the world. Nothing's happening. Loud. Holy shit! The interceptions are so loud. Group of USAF KC-135 tankers just popped up over the Mediterranean, likely finished refueling a group of significantly lighter B-2 Spirit stealth bombers. Fucking epic! Wow, it's amazing that you can just track this stuff. Actually, fully agree with Mikita here. Obama's biggest flaw was that he didn't bomb enough bad guys. Take Crimea, for example. Armed little green men show up in Crimea. They're not wearing any flags or sitting there. No one even knows who they are. Russia denies any involvement. Yeah, America should have just bombed them. Great post by Mikita. So retarded. What the fuck is this lady thinking? Amy Ramikis. The Australia Institute. Australian leftists are so out of touch with fucking reality. Ten sites of direct hit. What are some AusInt accounts to look at? This guy's based. This guy's a legend.
All the sausages, all the steak. Listen, we've got all the kids playing. Listen, my mate Freddie, she's an absolute melt, but she's for sale. Right, all the kids are here. And you know what's been a lovely day? The sun's been shining.
This bloke will save Britain. Let's see what's Jackson Hinkle posting. I've seen the Hafer stuff. I've seen it like 5 times now. Is there any new footage?
And I know that there are many here today, and there are many watching and many listening who may have seen an ad mentioning my name on TV, or a commercial on the radio, or a mailer in your mailbox, or a video when you're watching YouTube. And you may wonder, who is funding these ads? And it is in fact the same person that you were picketing just a few days ago. Because when Bill Ackman tries to take on diversity, equity, and inclusion, he also wants to take on any threat to the Trump administration across this country.
Fuck off, Chink Uyghur. Fuck off, Chink. Yeah, look, unfortunately, I don't like Zaran, but he is charismatic. It's annoying. I like him. I mean, I don't like him, but he's got charisma. It's annoying. We're still waiting for more information from the nuclear sites. There's no world war. Everything's fine. Holy shit, the B-2s that struck the Iranian nuclear sites flew nonstop for about 37 hours from their base in Missouri, refueling several times midair. That's crazy. That's crazy. His son was wearing a 9/11 shirt? Is that true? Hassan Zoran wearing 9/11 shirt? Is that actually true? I can't find the shirt that Hassan was wearing, apparently. New rockets. Okay. New rockets coming. Hang on. Ten hits across Israel in the current Iranian missile barrage. Medical teams headed to 10 locations in Israel now. Wow. Oh, okay. We've got some footage now.
نص النوردو شو كل النوردو وهرتسل بعد
Haifa right now. Haifa.
пиздец.
Haifa right now. So they're just randomly bombing literal random parts of Israel. That was a good tweet. I wish that guy didn't delete it. No sirens were activated in Haifa before the attack. Okay, that's pretty bad. Like Zoran or not, Andrew Cuomo has no business being welcomed back into polite society. He's incredible. Listen, I hate Cuomo. I don't like Cuomo. I wish it was anybody else. I just really don't like Zoran because he's basically a hardcore socialist. China sending 74 planes near Taiwan beginning late Thursday was Beijing's warning to President Trump. Now we wait for the Chinese response to our taking out its Iranian proxy. Oh my God, this lady's crazy. Pandemics lead to genocide and fascism. So unbelievably true. Oh my God, choose the right side of history. Fuck off. Get deported. Okay, more footage.
Wow.
So apparently, according to OSINT reporting, there was a failure in the early warning system in Haifa without sirens working, and apparently as a result, some of these got through without warning civilians. Reports of one severe hit in Tel Aviv where people might be trapped. Thank you, Jonathan. That's really helpful. Thank you for sharing this information. It's actually really helpful. Civilian residential structure. Wow. So America takes out nuclear sites. God, I've always wanted to visit Tel Aviv because I have friends there, and the case is incredible. It dawned on me that my dream of visiting Israel will never come to fruition. I'm sure you'll be able to visit in the future, my friend. Yeah, I like Richie Torres and I like John Fetterman. Actually, Richie Torres follows me on Twitter. I like him a lot. He's cool. No, man, Nebraska sounds Japanese. That's a good take. I have extended family around this fucking south. It's sad, man. I'm sorry to hear that. "25 missiles fired, 10 missiles hit." Why does the anti-war left always conflate attacks on military bases, facilities with carpet bombing civilian areas? Yeah, literally. Great take.
Move. Move from me, man. Move from me. Leave the bag. Leave the bag. Leave my bag alone. My wallet's in here, right? I'm not touching This is my ID. You are touching me. So let me.
The weather, the shift in gravity.
Sorry, just quick stop to look at some AI slip.
None of this is real.
Editing clock.
You're in a dream. It was basically a seesaw that just seesawed back and forth on this central point. But if you've ever tried standing on that, it's very hard. It's far less.
New wave of missiles. She's a fucking idiot. I hate Sarah Stock.
Well, this is yet another dangerous escalation in the.
Oh, Pauline Hanson supports it. That's very funny. Just imagining the conversation happening behind closed doors in Riyadh right now. What's the Saudi equivalent of popping the champagne? That's good tweet. Oh, here's a new footage. I tuned into a stream from my man Drew, and within seconds see some messages that my hometown sounds Japanese. Cool, we got somebody from Nebraska. Thank you for tuning in, Sean. So this is Tel Aviv right now. Reports of 3 injuries.
בוא תראה, פה בהרצל.
So that's Tel Aviv right now. Apparently, reports of 3 injuries. Jackson Hintel's gloating. Such a fucking idiot. Martyr Mate is such a fuckwit. Hard to overstate the damage that would be done to the Zionist project if this war ends without ending or cowing the Iranian regime. Without the illusion of Israeli military invincibility, a lot of Israelis will finally say yes to the cousin with the job for them in London or New York City. A trigger would become a rush for the exodus as demographics trend against them and people feel more vulnerable. Such a fuckwit. Like, dude, they just ended the Iranian nuclear program. Take a fucking chill pill. Get a grip. He just hates Jews, this guy. We're about to hit 5 hours streaming. This is one of my longest streams, guys. Thank you. Oh, Dan Bilzerian. Oh, my God. Let's watch this. Fucking retards. Let's watch this.
Well, they're slippery little bastards because, you know, when they want it to be a religion, then it's like, oh, I'm not Jewish. I'm atheist. I don't even believe in God. And then, you know, when it suits them, then it's an ethnicity. You know, it's just fucking crazy. And then when they want to blend in with the whites, because they didn't blend in with the whites, we found out that it was 25% of them in the Ivy League schools, they'd be massively overrepresented. So they blend in when it's convenient. And then when they want to stand out, it's like, you know, oh, you know, kill a white on the way to work. But, oh, you know, you can't say anything to me. I'm Jewish. It's like,
well, if you get arrested or you're in a mass shooting, then you're white.
I mean, how many of those fucking mass shooters were Jewish or transgender? You know, it's just like, oh, white. You know, they don't label them when it's inconvenient.
Have you seen the supremacy is on another level? Because have you seen the video where is it Rabbi Shmuley who says, "Oh, we're not the chosen. God didn't choose us. We chose God." You know, like what?
I swear that fucking guy makes more people anti-Semitic than anybody else that I can think of. He is so fucking obnoxious. Him and Portnoy are fucking going neck and neck right now.
We're just seeing massive destruction in Tel Aviv. Buildings are being destroyed. Significant destruction.
I'm requesting to join.
Intermittent good news, like little Easter eggs.
Yeah. I think we're pretty much in agreement that there's something seriously wrong with the ethics of this people. They have a Talmudic
Sorry,
ethics.
schizo.
This ethics is utterly non-reciprocal, totally supremacist, justifies murder, justifies sodomy, justifies pedophilia. I mean, this is just unbelievable. So not only are they the ruling class, but we're dealing with a ruling class that is morally depraved. It's a ruling class that's utterly, completely morally depraved and perverse. So that's really scary when you know that the rulers are sadists and all, completely they don't even recognize your humanity. So there isn't anything like equal rights because you don't exist as such like they do.
Well,
That's pretty scary shit.
I think what's more scary is the fact that they've convinced us that they're the victims and that we should feel sorry for them and that they can't be criticized because they've gone through so much. That's the fucking scary part, is how many people are so heavily propagandized to the point where they actually believe that these people are the victims and these people have been persecuted and that they haven't been the assholes for thousands of years, that just everybody around the world has just kind of like united to hate them, but then continue to let them back into the country and then they keep fucking around. It's like there's no accountability, but it all stems from the supremacy problem, right? When you think that you're better than other people, then you're going to act like an asshole. So, you've got a group of people that are acting like assholes that have convinced the world that they're fucking victims, but now I think the veil has been lifted.
Well, to quote a minor prophet, "Hear this, you leaders of Jacob, you rulers of Israel, who despise justice and distort all that is right, who build Zion with bloodshed and Jerusalem with wickedness. Her leaders judge for a bribe, her priests teach for a price, and her prophets sell fortunes for money. Yet you look at the Lord's support and say, 'Is not the Lord among us? No disaster will come upon us. Therefore of you, Zion will be plowed like a field. Jerusalem will become a heap of rubble, a temple on the mound overgrown with thickets.'" It's from Micah. I like Micah and Jeremiah. The rest of the Old Testament is trash.
Tulsi Gabbard.
We're just getting some more breaking news. Adam, I'll give it straight back. Massive destruction on multiple sites where rockets fell in Greater Tel Aviv, Haifa, and Ness Ziona.
I've asked to join. They're not putting me on.
Some of the damage. It looks like a bomb site. It's massive.
Yeah, it is a bomb site, retard.
Yeah, sure. I'm seeing lots of damage myself too. There's lots of damage all over Israel, and also that quote by yourself there, Ryan, was
wow. Adam has a really gay voice.
That's
so funny.
But in terms of the evilness of them and how people know and how our leaders are kind of satanic or sadistic. Tulsi Gabbard a few years ago, she posted a tweet that said something like, "Israel needs to stop firing upon unarmed protesters with live ammunition." She said that. She knew that they were doing that they are a state that does that. And now she supports the genocide in Palestine. She supports, the false flag of Iranian nukes. So they know the evil.
And that's what's most sad about her is we know that Tulsi Gabbard knows better and she still capitulates. Like some of these people, like Ted Cruz is just a closet homosexual, moron, Bible thumping retard. So is Lindsey Graham. But Tulsi Gabbard knows better. And yeah, I was quoting Micah 39 and I don't want to derail this into biblical stuff, but I'm just pointing out when we say these people, this religion, there were competing factions in the Old Testament. So the Mishnah, the Deuteronomites, they're the awful ones. Did have a counterbalance of different Jewish groups that were saying, no, you're going to bring woe upon yourself because of your behavior and acting like this. And it's very accurate. And so those are the ones, Hosea is the one that Jesus quotes, like his favorite. So there were competing factions then and now.
Israel says 40% of the missiles hit their targets and were not intercepted. That's Israel's numbers, 40%.
Oh, 40%. That means 80%.
Yeah, I think Myron's trying to say something. Myron, your microphone's really low. Just FYI.
It's low. Can you guys hear me now? Am I good now?
Yeah.
Or is it still?
Good.
Yeah. What I predict is because at this point, right? The damage is done, right? So now kind of the ball's in Iran's court to kind of decide how they're going to go. Well, we're already seeing Tel Aviv getting hit really hard. I think they're going to up the attacks, up the aggression. I think at this point, man, they got nothing to lose. So I would not be surprised if they are not going to launch a full-on missile campaign, try to absolutely destroy Tel Aviv, and also what Ryan was saying with Haifa, because Haifa is such a strategic economic location for Israel, completely ruined their trade, and fucked them up. And what that's going to do is, and here's a problem, right? So Israel knows that it can't really defend itself. It claims it can defend itself, but it really can't. It needs our missiles. It needs our money. It needs our military. We got to scramble jets to assist them when it comes to this stuff. But what's going to happen is Iran is going to hit them so hard right now that it's almost going to prompt us to have to get involved again. Because I know Trump is trying to say, oh yeah, this is a one-off bombing campaign. Dude, that's not how this is going to go. Like we're going to continue to have to be involved, because again, Israel's like a bad kid that gets in trouble and always goes running to their parents, aka us, and we just like cover for them. And they cannot exist without us. So we are joined at the hip with these people, regardless of their bad foreign policy, all the crimes they commit, etc. And I think at this point, since Iran has nothing to lose, they're going to try to destroy Israel. And I think that they're going to try to hurt us economically. They know that they can't hurt us militarily. So I predict also oil fields are going to be struck. I mean, they're already hitting Haifa very hard to destroy their economic capability. I would not be surprised if they're not going to do the same with some of the Gulf states all across the Middle East, man. So this is just fucking retarded, dude. Absolutely retarded.
So can you guys hear me, by the way?
Yeah, we got you. Go ahead.
All right, for sure. Yeah, I'll just go ahead and say that for sure, Israel, their whole posture this entire time, they don't want to appear weak, and they actually, for the first time, in the history of the Zionist entity, they don't actually want to appear like victims like they did after October 7th. What they want is to maintain the pretense that they've been strong this entire time. They're not being hit. Everything's totally fine. And the reason is because they know the entire world completely cheers on Iran's bombings of Israel. No one sympathizes
These
with
guys are
them.
fucking mental.
At this point, the only strategy they have to gain
That's
respect
Haz.
in the region and the world is to project strength. That's literally what Netanyahu said. He said, if we're not strong, no one will respect us. Nobody's going to feign sympathy for them because they're victims. So you're going to see, this is why they're not making a big deal of it, because their whole strategy has been, we're going to earn respect purely through strength. That's it. And they're very weak right now, and they're being traumatized. I mean, they're going to get scarred for generations and generations to come. But what I wanted to say, though, is, Soleiman, thank you so much for having me. It's been a great space. I think I'm going to be heading off, but, good night, everybody. And, yeah, it's been good.
Az, thanks for coming on. I really appreciate you coming on. It was an honor for all of us. So, yeah, I appreciate your analysis and the information you gave everyone as well.
Appreciate it, bro. Good night.
Okay, the Iranian missiles have hit Haifa, and the Israeli the sirens failed to warn people, but they hit Haifa.
Is this a new wave, Simon, or is this the previous wave?
This is the previous wave.
Winning three wars simultaneously is apparently weak, according to these retards.
It's okay to repeat because some people just joined,
Oh yeah, I love it.
I keep on requesting, they're not letting me in.
And the last 4 or 5 days, maybe longer, we've always heard there's going to be a second wave, but then it never materializes. So it does always seem to suggest that it's more like to cause fear. That's why I want to know that had the second wave hit this time, or was it again like another kind of same situation as the past few days?
The point is, the Iron Dome is a paper dome. All these things are hitting.
I thought Trump wanted a golden dome in US, so it must be really good.
I think he wanted a golden shower.
Also, it's important for people to realize that the Iron Dome, it costs Israel significantly more money to defend against Iran's attacks than it takes Iran to launch the attack. So that's another thing I want to say. This is what I was going to say before that I forgot to say. I lost my train of thought. As you guys know, Trump said, oh, I need 2 weeks to attack, right? I need 2 weeks to attack. I need 2 weeks to attack, or I need to think. I think part of that was somewhat true, but then part of it was also not true, and I'll explain why. Here on Twitter, we've been, looking at the damage that Iran's caused. They've caused significant damage over the past week, despite the fact that Israel had a blackout thing in place where the press and the media could not release the footage, right? And and this has been, even the Zionists agree with me that Israel did have this law in the books, or this rule where journalists could not publish the video or the footage. Now, the Zionists that I was arguing with told me it's because they didn't want GPS coordinates, and from an operational security.
Yeah, Iron Dome isn't for ballistic missiles. These guys are retarded. This is so stupid.
Of course, the dynamic there in terms of geopolitics.
Just fled Israel and went to Cyprus to take refuge. So 30,000 Israelis just fled Israel and went to Cyprus to take refuge from what's happening in Israel right now. And as a Palestinian, I have a courtesy message for the people of Cyprus, just like as a good neighbor. I want to let y'all know that you need to watch your fucking back. These people will steal. Anything.
More ballistic missiles on Israeli civilians. Terrorists are always going to be terrorists. Iran has nothing left but to try to kill Israeli civilians. Civilian combatant ratio in all their attacks infinity. They are hitting civilians right now. Oh, I finally got blocked by this retard. Finally got blocked by him.
אנחנו מדברים על בין 25 ל-30 טילים ששוגרו מאיראן, מטח יחסית גדול, בטח בהשוואה למה שראינו בימים האחרונים. צריך לזכור מואב שלפני עוד...
Yeah, that guy who I was just attacking, he's literally a gay OnlyFans guy, and his Twitter handle means "Death to America, March Bar America." So it's just fucking crazy that he's even in the country. If you're one of the 58 live viewers right now on YouTube, please leave a like on the stream. I really appreciate it. I've been streaming for 5.5 hours now almost, which is actually probably one of my longest ever streams. Did you see the article where Putin threw Iran under the bus? I haven't seen it yet. Epic. Just watching some stupid slop. Very interesting. Geography. Anyway, yeah. Austin, I'm just going to quickly repost this. Doc Nick, are you in my Discord? If you're in my Discord, can you potentially send it to me over Discord, a link to this? I'll post my Discord link for anybody who's watching. I'd appreciate it if you guys can send that. Hang on. Okay, so I've posted my Discord link. If you can, please send me the link to this and I'll put it up on the stream. So Khamenei regime is hitting residential areas in Israel. And like this is terrorist actions. This is terrorist stuff. America carried out a limited strike on Iranian nuclear facilities, which are a 100% military target. So Iran responds with indiscriminate rocket fire against random Israeli civilian neighborhoods. If you don't condemn this, you're a hypocrite. Absolutely. It's just terrorism, plain and simple. Isn't it funny? The Australian Greens hypocrites, they hate nuclear so much up until the point when it involves the Iranian nuclear program, at which point they will fucking defend the Iranian regime. Okay, I think this guy sent me it over Discord. 1 second. I'll get that up. Thanks for joining, guys. Did you post it in general? Yeah. Okay, here it is. Here. Okay. Oh, he is wearing something that says jet fuel doesn't melt steel beams. Wow. Okay, that's fucking true. He is. I'm going to post that up. 1 second. Thanks for sending in the Discord. I appreciate it. That's very helpful. I think this is actually almost my longest ever stream now. Thanks for everyone. Thanks everybody who's tuned in. Fun fact, Hitler lost the Blitz when he switched to bombing civilians. Yeah, true. What is Greatest Guy's problem? I think he's just a bad empanada fan. I think he's just a bad empanada fan. Guys, am I wrong here? Suleiman is happy and gloating. He should be deported from Britain. He's very clearly not British. Still prosecuting tribal vengeance politics from Pakistan. Ancient ethnic hatreds against the Jews. Complete failure to assimilate. That's actually fact check true. Thanks for the donation, by the way, Pickles LeBlanc. Thank you, man. Yeah, many American Heritage Day. Beautiful stuff. We love it. Massive explosion next to my grandmother's in Ramat Aviv. You seen the video, Drew? Holy shit, man. I hope you're okay. Can you send it to me? Negev Gary. I'm trying to find your Twitter account. Okay, I'm following you, man. I'm trying to send you a follow you. I'm just trying to send you a follow request. Can you send me the video? Okay, I've tried to request you. Negev, please request, please accept, and I'll check it out. Please send me the video. I think I'm about to crack my longest ever stream. I think my longest ever stream is 5 hours and 30 minutes. So I think I'm about to, not verified. Hang on, I'll message you. Hang on, I'm messaging you. Hang on. I'll message you, Negev. Fuck, a mass shooting in America. This today just keeps. Fuck, today's a crazy day. Where was the mass shooting in America? I hope nobody's hurt. Hey, Negev, I've messaged you now. I've messaged you. Mass shooting in America, apparently. Deport. Fucking mental cases. Baby boomer leftists are so fucking mentally ill. We love Tel Aviv. We love Tel Aviv girls, my friends. We love Tel Aviv girls. Where was the shooting in America? Wow. Thank you, Negev, for sharing. I'm going to post this up.
What the fuck?
Hey, Negev, is this in Haifa? I'm going to post up the footage. Bro, I'm a big fan. Loved your podcast with the Bulwark. Thank you, man. You know, it's a shame because I think Cameron is like really, really lefty. Cameron Katzi from the Bulwark is like really anti-Israel. It's a shame. Ramat Aviv. Okay, near Ramat Aviv. Thank you. Oh, Ryan Mason going to West Bromwich. That's going to be interesting. Anderson County SC, South Carolina. The Anderson County Sheriff's Office reported that one person is dead and multiple victims were hurt during a shooting Saturday night. Is there any indications whether this is a political-based shooting or a mass shooting attack? It was a Juneteenth celebration. Fucking hell. Do we know if it was like a far-right attack on it or something like that? No indications yet of the motivation with that one. About to hit 10,000 cumulative viewers on Twitter, which is cool. Thank you, guys. Oh, okay. Local news said it was a fight that broke out at a family gathering. So it doesn't multiple shooting. Okay, it doesn't sound like that was a politically motivated mass shooting. Then Ryan Mason. I support Ryan Mason. Cool guy. Cool guy.
Talking about my friends as well as my colleagues.
People are so fucking dumb, man. Australian left is so fucking dumb.
There has been not a
Greatest guy's going really, really cringe in the fucking chat. Just gonna message this to myself because it won't fucking let me post. Why won't it let me post? What's wrong? This is so fucking annoying. Populism updates is so washed, by the way. Yeah, populism updates is so washed.
Pass me home to our future mayor.
Hello, everyone. Election day is on Tuesday, June 24th. Come out.
I
don't know, whatever you want to do.
I pass me home to our future mayor.
Hello, everyone. Election day.
Yeah, I shared the video from Ramat Aviv. Thank you for that, Negev. Oh, beautiful. We just hit 10,000 cumulative watches on the live stream on Twitter. Thank you, guys. Very cool. Very cool. We just hit 10,000. That's great. Brilliant. Thank you so much. Oh, it's Haifa. Just crossed over 10,000 views on the live stream on Twitter. Thank you so much. That's so cool.
I think it's very different to live in the United States in 2025 than it is to live in Iran.
Not if you're black.
Not for
Seriously, that's like a kick out of the fuck. I gotta be careful. I'm not gonna say something racist. That's just such an unbelievably, unfathomably fucking delusional, stupid statement. This is like I'm black and I've lived my whole life. What is her background in privilege or wealth? Give me a fucking break. Being black in the United States today is the same as being a woman in Iran. Like, what an unhingedly fucking retarded statement.
True.
Like, she should ask her. Excuse me, hold on. You think being black in America today is as bad as when there was slavery? Just checking. I just want to hear. She would. I bet she wouldn't answer the question. I bet she wouldn't answer the question, because she'll pivot to like, well, today there's still legal forms of slavery. It's called the prison industrial complex. Do you know how many black people are slaves in prison? It's like, okay, what about like before civil rights? Oh, so you're saying that all of racism is gone? You know.
Землю. Наші штурмовики отримують команду працювати. Ви знову кидають своїх. Штурмували і зверху. Ось заліз на дах і кинув гранату. Інший день. Знову штурм. Стріляє з РПГ. І знову накат. Окупанти йдуть буквально по своїх трупах. Видно, кого хлопці накрошили раніше. І знову наші бачать момент, дають команду, штурмовик виходить і 200. Ось іще двоє лізуть в
It's an interesting book. Lizzie Wade apocalypse. I'm gonna look that up. Apparently, IDF just struck more Iranian missile launches. Oh my God, fuck off, Samantha Ratman. No bombs, no war, no AUKUS. Clown.
None of it matters.
Oh, gee, we're going to hit 6 hours on the stream today, and then I'll probably call it a day after that. This has been a long stream. Damn, been streaming for a long time. Almost 6 hours. Out of curiosity, I listened to 20 hours of Mudder Mate's podcast. In summary, it was one of the most dishonest history I've ever come across. His primary tactic is reversing cause and effect, as he did here. He also let it slip that his mother-in-law is from Egypt. Have a nice day. Beautiful. Beautiful. Are you okay, Drew? Yeah, I'm fine. Why you ask me? Gee, this is a long stream. I'm getting a bit tired, I have to be honest. I think this is the longest stream I've ever done now. Greatest guy's just fucking criticizing me. Like, I'm sorry I can't talk every single second for 6 hours, okay? So stupid. Awesome show, Drew. You're the man. Thank you, guys. Thanks for tuning in. Listen, it's been my longest ever stream, almost 6 hours. I'm a little bit tired. It's been a long stream. Okay. I just got this new tweet up. I'll show you everybody. I thought it was a good one. This is what I was typing. Sorry. I'm just saying, Marta made it such an unbelievable fraud. He pretends Khamenei was just a poor orphaned lamb with one leg, lured into a false sense of security, ignoring the decades the Iran regime spent building terrorist proxy armies to surround Israel while promising to exterminate the Israelis. Just so bullshit. Just bullshit. Someone said chair reacting. I'm not chair reacting. I was typing something out. Come on, guys. I've been streaming for 6 hours. You can't talk every single second for 6 hours. David's cool. I like David. Honestly, I'm happy. 40 live viewers for 6 hours. It's good. I'm quite new to streaming. My first streams are literally like 2 months ago. I've been streaming for 2 months, basically. Good video, actually. It's slowly building up. The meltdown Marta made is having is hilarious. He's really at his most hysterical. They're restrained. They have no air force. They're running out of launches, and their whole military hierarchy is decapitated. Do you think they're just being holding back as Israeli planes nonchalantly did sorties all week? Yeah. It's a fucking clown. Drew Pavlich show is rising. Greatest guy is mad. Yeah, guys, the Drew Pavlich show is rising. We've done 66 live streams in how many days? I think 69 days, I think. Drew, you all good, bro? You've been kind of insular. Oh, man, listen, I'm just getting a little bit tired because I've been streaming for 6 hours, as you can see. I haven't streamed for a long time. I haven't streamed this long before. So, it's the first time I've streamed for such a long period before. You have to understand, with my ADHD, it's so unbelievably difficult for me to sit in one seat for 6 hours. I'm actually building up I'm building up a bit of endurance here, you see. I'm building up my endurance to stream for long periods of time. I've done, this is my first ever 6 hour stream. Movie ticket sales in China have plunged 40% in 2024 from 2019. After COVID, people seem much less likely to go to the movies. Interesting. Greatest guy is just a bad empanada fan. Just ignore him. Just ignore him, guys. It's just stupid. You have to understand how difficult it is for me to sit in the same place for 6 hours. I'm actually proud of myself. We're building up endurance. Israel's going to run the Lebanon for most of the rest of my life. Egypt and Syria will probably not be able to contest Israeli powerful in any meaningful way, and Lebanon and Jordan were never able to. Interesting. Lifelong passion is to see Iran bomb. Voted for every single Republican president in his life until 2024. Votes for Kamala Harris against Trump in 2024. Trump bombs Iran within 6 months. Oh my god, greatest guy is going so schizo in the chat. I've met Pickles LeBlanc one time in my life. Eduardo has some questions. What's your questions, Eduardo? $3.8 million home drawing attention from first home buyers. How many years for them to save even 10% 380K deposit? If funded with 80% debt, would only cost the first home buyer 4.5K and mortgage repayments per week. Fucking hell. Oh my god. $4,500 a week in repayments. That's fucking sick. No, I am familiar with Jimmy Dore. I am familiar with him, unfortunately. United States early car ownership boom versus China's now. Wow, interesting. Wow, this is really interesting. China's industrial might is close to post-World War I America's, I think. Wow. This guy's smart. I'm going to add him to one of my lists. Get up and go for a walk, Drew. Pickles LeBlanc. Yeah, thank you, guys. I'm going to end the stream when I hit 6 hours, and then I'll go for a walk. When have they killed Americans? Not that familiar with the Iranian regime. I'll show you. $241 US military personnel killed by Iran, working with Hezbollah. Do a gaming stream. Yeah, I will do a gaming stream soon. I will be doing a gaming stream eventually. I think I've got to download a couple more things for my PC to work some gaming stuff in. Yeah, Kobar bombings as well. Let me show you. Kobar Tower bombing. Yeah, Hezbollah al-Hajjaz. Allies, Iran. Gaddafi's son was calling for the deaths of anti-regime protesters like cockroaches. Yes, this is true about Gaddafi. This is true about Gaddafi. It's been a big stream, guys. My longest ever stream, 6 hours. Thanks for tuning in, everybody who's been watching. I appreciate it a lot. Thank you so much. To be honest, I don't think Pahlavi is gonna. I don't think Pahlavi will be accepted in Iran. I don't think that's gonna work. I don't think that's gonna work. I know he's got a lot of support among like the diaspora, but I don't know if he's really got that much genuine support inside Iran. I think his dad did have more aura. I think that's true regarding the Pahlavis. Listen, guys, last 3 minutes of my stream. If you've got any more questions or comments you want me to answer before I go, I'm gonna tap out at around 6 hours. I don't like drugs, so that's not for me, Pickles. That's not for me at all. Do you think there will be regime change? I don't know. I hope things will change. I hope things will change, but we'll see. We'll see. Nobody knows what's going to happen right now. What is the status among pro-Palestinians? The ALP. ALP is pretty pro-Palestine, especially the membership. Can you do a summary before you leave? Just came here. Yeah, thank you. Of course. So about 35 hours ago, or about 40 hours ago now, about a couple B-2 stealth bombers took off from America. They flew for about 30 hours straight with refueling. They dropped 6 bunker buster bombs on the plant at Fordo, which was buried in the mountain. There were a number of American ballistic missiles launched from submarines that hit 2 other Iranian nuclear sites, one at Esrahan, I believe, and another. Sorry, the name escapes me. We do not know right now. We don't know right now the current status whether. We don't know right now the current status whether these nuclear sites have been completely destroyed, but it probably seems likely considering 6 bunker busters were dropped. And that's the current status. And then Iran has retaliated by launching just basically indiscriminate rocket fire at Tel Aviv and Haifa in Israel. And yeah, that's the current state of things. I don't think it's going to escalate. The Iranian regime does not have much room to escalate. They've lost about half their ballistic missile stockpile already. They don't have an air force. They don't have air superiority over the skies of their own capital. So it's very difficult. It's very difficult to imagine that Iran has much room to escalate. And if they were to escalate, oh wow, I'm hearing from Western Hegemony and Joy that it was actually 12 bunker buster bombs with 6 different bombers. If so, that is actually extraordinary. 12 bunker busters dropped on the same location. It's very hard to imagine that it could have survived that. So it was 6 B2s dropping 12 GBU 57s. That's extraordinary. 12 bunker busting bombs at the same time is an extraordinary figure. The explosive power there, it's very hard to imagine how Fordo could have survived that. So it's probably they've probably taken the Iranian nuclear program offline permanently at this point. Really extraordinary news. And this is a really big moment in history. We're watching history unfold live. That's the summary where we're at right now. And the tankies are upset, and the Marxists are upset, and the communists, the Islamists are upset. Tim Pool level fence sitting. There's no fence sitting. I support bombing the Iranian nuclear reactors. I fully support bombing the Iranian nuclear reactors. I don't think they should be allowed to have a nuclear bomb. So there's no fence sitting from me. It's very clear where I stand. Please, my question, Drew, before you leave. Eduardo, okay. The IRGC is already talking about an air, and some agents already went to some Western countries, Canada, and are seeking refuge in Russia. Doesn't that mean that extremist factions will collaborate with them and that Russia will protect them? It's very hard to imagine that. Hang on, the IRGC is already talking about an air, and some agents already went to some Western countries and are seeking refuge in Russia. Doesn't that mean that extreme factions will collaborate with them and that Russia will protect them? I mean, Russia has already been working with Iran for years now, and they could have stepped in to try to protect Iran right now, but they're not currently doing that because they're completely stretched capacity in Ukraine. And so Russia's alliances and Russia's power in the Middle East has basically collapsed over the past 3 years because Russia's been bogged down in Ukraine. So Zelensky's decision to stand in Kiev in February 2022, that actually changed the entire course, the entire trajectory of the 21st century. I wish I had your confidence, Ray. I'm very confident. Yeah, no, thank you, App. Thank you for tuning in. This has actually been my longest ever stream. Thank you so much, guys. I've streamed for 6 hours. This is my first ever time streaming for 6 hours before. It's very tough for me to sit in one spot because of my ADHD, but I'm trying my best. I'm building up some endurance. Really, really good stream. We've averaged almost 50 viewers, I think, for the entire 6 hours, which is really cool. I'm really happy with that. And yeah, 300 watch hours, I think, and 10,000 cumulative views on Twitter. So I'm very happy with how this one's gone. And I probably won't stream again tonight unless crazy news occurs. If not, I'll see you tomorrow and we'll stream again tomorrow. But we're 66 episodes into a 100-day challenge, and we've almost done it every single day. And yeah, we're going to do 100 streams in 100 days. So thank you, everybody who's been tuning into the Drew Pavlos Show. It's been great to be with you. I'm enjoying this. I treat it like a bit of like a radio show. It's good fun, and I enjoy the sort of community that we're building up, and it's good. But yeah, anyway, thank you so much, everybody who's tuned in. I'm pretty happy with how today's stream went. We watched some really incredible news live. This is history in the making, and it's great to show it here live on the Drew Pavlos Show. I literally started within 10 minutes of me hearing about the bombings. I literally just started my stream almost straight away, and I've literally been learning everything live alongside you guys as we've been watching this unfold. We've seen this all completely live. So what a crazy couple hours. That's the Drew Pavlos Show. Thank you, everybody who's tuned in. And yeah, I'll see you tomorrow. Good fun. Thank you, guys. And it's very extraordinary to watch this type of news unfold live. Just crazy stuff. We're about to hit 11,000 in the cumulative views on Twitter. I'll stay until we hit 11,000 because that's a cool number to end it on. SF says, cheers, Drew, get some water. Yeah, it's tough, man. It's tough to talk almost for 6 hours straight. So even for me, it's tough. So try my best. With Drew, it's authentic. He's really like this offline. I'm the exact same. I don't change anything. So with me, what you see is what you get. I'm literally the exact same. But yeah, thank you. And it's funny, greatest guy. This guy was literally trolling the chat for 2 hours. Dude literally spent 2 hours of his life trolling me, and it actually probably helped my stream numbers. So I appreciate it, guys. Thank you, greatest guy, for helping with that. I want to say to Pickles LeBlanc, thank you for all your super chats as well. Thank you, everyone who gave a super chat. And thank you, everybody who's been watching. Western Hegemony Enjoyer, Eduardo, Philip Raffle, Malachi, The Swift Assassin, Daniel. Thank you, guys. Thank you for watching live. And yeah, I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you so much, guys, for tuning in. It's been a really interesting stream watching history unfold live. Stay humble. God bless you all. The fortress of righteousness is rising. And yes, I'll see you soon. Thank you, guys.